By the time you have spent 4 years walking the same halls, a school stops feeling like a building and starts feeling like something that knows you. That is what I always thought about Westfield High. It did not love us, exactly, but it recognized us the way old houses recognize footsteps. My name is Ethan Ward. I was 17, already tired of everything, and Friday had finally crawled its way to the edge of spring break. Outside, the sky was that washed-out bright blue that makes the parking lot glare like a mirror. Inside, the halls were packed and slow, thick with the sound of lockers slamming and voices bouncing off painted cinder block. People always say, these are the safest years of your life. Teachers, counselors, random relatives at Thanksgiving. They say it like a spell. High school is safe. Nothing truly bad happens here. Most of us believe them, more or less. I definitely did. The air that day carried the usual cocktail: disinfectant, cheap perfume, sweat, and the faint, greasy ghost of cafeteria pizza that somehow managed to drift all the way from the Commons to the math wing. Posters for prom and club fundraisers curled at the edges. Someone had taped a handwritten sign over the drinking fountain that said, "Out of order." Sorry in red marker that had bled into the paper like veins. I moved with the slow current toward the science wing, my calc book heavy in my bag, even though I knew we were not going to be doing real work 7th period. Nobody did, not on a Friday like this. You could feel the whole building leaning toward the exit doors, like a crowd at the edge of a stage. The lights overhead were doing their usual impression of being fine while actually dying. The fluorescent tubes buzzed steadily, a high, almost electric whine that you only noticed when you were alone in the hallway. As I passed the intersection near the library, one of the long bars flickered, went dark for half a second, then pulsed back to life with a faint pop. I stopped and glanced up. The light hummed at me, steady again, like it had not just blinked. Nobody else seemed to notice. A knot of freshmen brushed past me, their backpacks smacking my arm as they argued about some video game. "Keep moving, Ward," someone called from behind, not unkindly. I kept moving. Calc was in room 314, at the far end of the math hall. I could hear Mr. Klein's voice drifting out, even before I turned the corner, low and easy, like he was born talking over the sound of teenagers. His door was partially open, and I caught a glimpse of the room as I walked by. A mess of desks, posters of algebra jokes that had stopped being funny years ago, sunlight slanting over the whiteboard. Mr. Klein himself was at his desk, cardigan sleeves pushed up, staring at his computer screen with a look I recognized. The "how am I going to pretend to make them care about derivatives today" face. Lauren was already in her usual seat by the windows, hood up, earbuds in, pretending not to be scrolling her phone. I checked the clock above the door as I went in. 10 minutes until the bell. 10 minutes until the official start of the last period before freedom. "Afternoon, Ethan," Mr. Klein said, without looking up. He had this way of greeting you that made it sound like you were walking into his living room instead of a public institution where pencils go to die. I muttered a "hey" and slid into my seat. Lauren yanked one earbud out and nudged my elbow. "If he gives us a quiz, I am dropping out and becoming a street magician. I am not kidding." "You have to be able to add to be a magician," I said. "Wow," she said. "You are crueler than the College Board." I smiled, which for me was a big emotional display. Lauren grinned back, satisfied. Haley slid into the desk in front of us, breathless, even though she had clearly only walked 50 feet. Her hair frizzed around her face like she had been static shocked. "Did you guys see the cop car out front?" she whispered, like the walls might tell on her. Lauren snorted. "Probably some parent who tried to run the red light at the entrance again." "No, like for real," Haley insisted. "And Jenna said, there has been this guy hanging around by the fence all week, like just standing there, watching. She said the principal had to tell him to leave." I had heard some version of that story floating around too. A weird guy near the soccer fields, a man on the corner staring at kids as they crossed. Hoodie, beard, some vague description that could fit half the town. "Probably just some homeless dude," I said. The words came out more dismissive than I meant them to. It is not illegal to exist near a school. Haley chewed on the sleeve of her hoodie, not convinced. "My mom says they should put more cameras in, like everywhere." "Your mom also thinks Wi-Fi gives people brainworms," Lauren murmured. Haley turned around in her seat with the put-upon sigh of someone who knows she is being roasted but is too anxious to fight back. The final bell had not rung yet, but the hallway outside was already quieting in that particular way it does right before class starts. Footsteps faded. A door slammed. Lockers rattled shut, one after another, like someone tapping fingers down a long row of metal ribs. The air conditioner kicked on above us with a groaning whir. The vent in our ceiling was older than most of the students and made this low, constant noise like a giant radio tuned halfway between stations. I had long ago stopped noticing it consciously, but it was always there, filling the silence between words, breathing over our heads. "These are the safest years of your life," my dad had said at dinner the night before, when I complained about having to go back to school for one more pointless day before break. "You will miss it when it is gone, you know." At the time, I had rolled my eyes and said, "Yeah, I am sure I will miss the smell of the bathrooms the most." He had laughed. My mom had told me not to be dramatic. The news on the TV in the next room had shown a headline about something worse happening in some other place, far enough away that it did not seem real. Now, sitting in 314, watching sunlight paint rectangles on the floor, I thought about that phrase again. Safest years. In a way, Westfield felt like proof of it. The walls were scratched and the lockers dented, but nothing truly terrible ever happened here. Fights, sure. Fire alarms that turned out to be burnt popcorn in the teacher's lounge. Maybe a rumor about a kid bringing a knife that everyone forgot about after a week. That was it. We were, as far as the adults were concerned, sheltered. The warning bell rang, shrill and brief, snapping the building into its final shuffle. A few last kids slid into seats. Mr. Klein finally tore his gaze away from his computer. "All right," he said, clapping his hands once. "You beautiful, exhausted creatures. One more period. Then you are free to go sit inside for a week and stare at different walls." A few people laughed. The room settled. The AC hummed. I do not know why I glanced at the clock again. Habit, probably. 7 minutes past the hour. And I do not know why, when I left the room a few minutes earlier between lunch and class to throw away a soda can and walk off the feeling of being trapped, I decided to loop past the front office instead of just cutting straight to the math wing like usual. Maybe the building nudged me. Maybe it was nothing. The front office sat behind a wall of glass, looking out over the small lobby area where parents checked in and kids waited to be picked up early. There was a long bench against the opposite wall, the kind that always made your back hurt if you sat on it long enough. That bench was not usually occupied. People did not linger there. You went in, signed your name, left. But today, as I passed, there was a man sitting there. He sat with his elbows on his knees, hands clasped so tightly his knuckles were white. His jacket was too heavy for the weather, a dark, shapeless thing that had seen better years. His jeans were worn to a pale gray at the knees. His head was bowed just enough that I could not see his full face, just the curve of his jaw, the bristle of unshaved stubble. For a second, I thought he was asleep sitting up. Then his fingers tightened, the tendons standing out, and I realized he was very, very awake. Ms. Reynolds, the front desk secretary, was talking to someone on the phone, her voice low and polite. She did not look at him. He did not look at her. It was like he existed in a bubble just outside the office, a shadow that had not yet decided whether it belonged inside the glass or outside the doors. I might have walked right past without really seeing him. People passed each other all day in this place, blurry background characters in each other's lives. But just as I drew level with the bench, he lifted his head. Our eyes met through the glass doorway. His were unfocused and burning at the same time, like someone who had not slept in days and had been living on nothing but caffeine and anger. There was a hollow darkness under them, bruises or shadows or both. For a heartbeat, his gaze sharpened, as if he were trying to line me up with some picture in his head, some memory he could not quite name. I felt my steps stutter. He did not say anything. He did not move. His hands stayed locked together, tendons strained. Then Ms. Reynolds laughed at something on the phone, the sound thin and bright, and his eyes slid away from mine like someone had turned his head with invisible fingers. He stared down at the floor again, the moment broken. I kept walking. Probably just a parent having a bad day, I thought. Maybe a meeting with the principal. Maybe a late bus form. Maybe nothing at all. By the time I reached room 314, I had mostly forgotten about him. I slid into my seat, let the hum of the vents and the murmur of voices wash over me. Later, I would remember that look in his eyes so clearly that it would wake me up at night. But in that last quiet stretch before 7th period began, he was just one more stranger in a building that knew all our names and none of our stories. By the time the clock slid past 10 after the hour, the last scraps of actual academic ambition had left the room. 7th period, on a Friday before spring break, is not built for calculus, and everyone knew it, including Mr. Klein. He stood at the front of the room with a dry erase marker in his hand, staring at a half-finished problem on the board. The symbols hung there, stark and meaningless, like an alien language that had wandered into the wrong story. He capped the marker with a resigned click and turned to face the class. "All right," he said, giving us a small, lopsided smile. "Raise your hand if your brain has already left the building." 9 hands shot up immediately, then a few more, then most of the room. Even the quiet kid who never talked lifted his arm halfway, eyes still glued to his notebook. "Yeah, that tracks," Mr. Klein sighed. "Mine left around 2nd period." A ripple of laughter floated through the room. It was not loud, just this soft, shared noise that made the space feel smaller and warmer for a moment. He moved to his computer, woke the screen with a tap, and muttered, "Okay then. We are pivoting to something that will not make any of us cry." The projector hanging from the ceiling woke up with a soft click and a low, steady whir. A rectangle of light washed over the whiteboard, gray at first, then sharpening into the familiar blue and white homepage of a trivia site. Sporkle. Lauren straightened in her seat. "Oh, here we go," she murmured, grinning. Her leg, which had been bouncing under the desk, picked up speed like it had just been given caffeine. Next to her, Haley pulled the drawstring of her sweatshirt up to her mouth and started worrying it between her teeth, eyes fixed on the screen like it might suddenly show something she did not want to see. It was ridiculous. We were playing a quiz game, not watching a horror movie. But that was just how she was. If there was a way to be nervous about something, Haley would find it. Behind them, in the back row, a kid named Marcus had already decided he did not care. He flipped his notebook open and began sketching in the margin, a row of dripping skulls, each one with hollow eyes and exaggerated cracks. Skulls, for him, were like breathing for everyone else. Ethan watched all of it from his seat, chin propped on one hand. The whole room seemed to slow down as the projector light brightened, washing over Mr. Klein's face and turning his eyes into small reflective points. He felt oddly pulled out of himself, like he was watching the scene from somewhere just above. 30 teenagers in mismatched hoodies and sneakers slouched at plastic desks that had been scratched by a decade of other people's boredom. Dust floated in the beam of the projector, tiny specks drifting through the air like they were taking their time deciding where to land. "We're doing brand logos," Mr. Klein announced, clicking on the quiz, "because apparently that is the true language of your generation." Groans and cheers mixed together. "At least I will finally get to use my brain for something it has secretly been training for," Lauren muttered. On the wall, the first logo popped up, a simple swoosh. "Nike," 3 people said at once. "Do not all shout at me," Mr. Klein said with mock sternness. "We are going to be civilized about this, one at a time, or at least pretend." He clicked the answer box, typed Nike, and hit enter. The green "correct" flashed. A tiny chime sounded from the speaker, cheerful and bright, a small digital reward that felt almost embarrassingly satisfying. The next logo appeared. Outside the classroom, the building kept breathing. Footsteps passed in the hallway, muffled by the heavy door. Somewhere, a locker slammed shut with a dull clang. The air conditioner's endless hum vibrated faintly through the ceiling. A thin, constant thread of sound weaving under everything else. Ethan let those noises fade to the edge of his attention. They were background, harmless. The soundtrack to a day that already felt half forgotten, even as he was living it. In the foreground, it was all logos and laughter. Pepsi, Apple, Starbucks, a green mermaid, a bitten apple, a circle of red, white, and blue. Symbols we all knew before we could solve for X. As they called out answers, Ethan's eyes wandered from the glowing whiteboard to the people around him. Lauren's leg bounced faster with each correct guess, rattling the desk. When someone beat her to an answer, she made a quiet noise of outrage under her breath and smirked in the person's direction. There was always this edge of competition in her, even in stupid games. Haley's fingers twisted the end of her sweatshirt string into tighter and tighter knots. Every time a new logo appeared, she sucked in a tiny breath, like she thought it might be a trick or a test she had not studied for. When she recognized one, her shoulders loosened slightly. When she did not, they climbed back up toward her ears. Marcus, in the back, barely looked up. The skulls in his notebook grew more elaborate, cracked foreheads, spiderwebbing fractures, hollow eye sockets shaded with care. He was listening, His head turned whenever laughter burst, but his pencil never stopped moving. Near the window, a girl whose name Ethan could never remember sat staring out at the parking lot, the projector light turning the side of her face pale. She tapped a pen against her notebook in a slow, steady rhythm that almost matched the AC hum. The room felt weirdly cozy, dim but not dark, thanks to the sunlight spilling across the floor in long rectangles, warm but not stifling. The projector's fan made a soft rushing sound, like distant waves. This, Ethan thought, is what they mean when they talk about normal days. He almost laughed at himself. Normal days. Safe years. All those phrases adults like to throw around whenever the news showed footage of some other school in some other state. On those nights, his parents would turn the volume down and say things like, "At least nothing like that ever happens here," and "We live in a good district." The words built up around them like a wall. Westfield High had seen its share of minor tragedies. A kid breaking his arm in gym. A car accident sophomore year that everyone whispered about for a while. A teacher who left suddenly and never came back. But nothing that made the national news. Nothing that made his parents lower their voices and glance at him like he might break. He had come to think of the building as almost indestructible. These halls had probably looked the same 10 years ago. Would probably look the same 10 years from now. Tiles replaced, posters swapped out, faces changing, but the bones remained. The idea was comforting and a little suffocating at the same time. On the board, a new logo appeared, a steaming red cup. "Target!" someone yelled too quickly, a chorus of groans. "Wow," Mr. Klein said. And just like that, faith in the education system declines another 5%. "Tim Hortons?" Lauren tried. "What country do you think you were in?" he said. "No, try again." "Duncan," Haley blurted, then immediately looked like she regretted speaking. "Correct," Mr. Klein said, typing it in. "See? Participation. Beautiful." Haley's mouth tugged into the smallest possible smile. The quiz timer in the corner ticked down in red numbers. The little chime sounded each time they got one right. The chorus of voices rose and fell, punctuated by soft exclamations and bad guesses. From outside, faint and distant, came the sound of the main office phone ringing. No one in the room noticed. Ethan let his gaze slide past the glowing square on the whiteboard and back to the closed classroom door. The small rectangular window near the top showed nothing but the opposite wall of the hallway. A strip of beige paint and a sliver of fluorescent light cutting across it. For a moment, he imagined he could feel the building on the other side of that door. All the empty rooms at the far ends of the corridors, the heavy doors to the stairwells, the locked storage closets where old equipment went to gather dust. He did not know which closet, yet almost touched the edge of someone else's story. He pulled his attention back as the room erupted again. Shell, McDonald's, Bluetooth. The quiz became a kind of communal trance. Call, answer, chime, laugh. The small, bright reward cycle of recognition and correctness. The soundscape layered over itself. The sharp taps of laptop keys as Mr. Klein typed. The rustle of paper as someone doodled instead of watching. A couple of quiet giggles in the corner as two kids shared a meme on a phone held under the desk. The steady whoosh of air from the vent, blowing directly onto the back of Ethan's neck. Everything felt light, easy. "Admit it," Lauren said, leaning toward him. "You are having fun." "I am tolerating it," Ethan said. In Ethan language, that is practically a rave, she replied. He shook his head, but he was smiling a little. The funny thing about moments like that is how thin they are. You live them like they are solid, like you can stack them up and they will stay. But later, when you look back, they feel almost transparent. That stretch of time in room 314, projector humming, logos glowing, laughter bubbling up and fading, is one of the clearest memories Ethan would ever have. And at the same time, it feels impossibly fragile in hindsight. Because right then, in that soft pocket of boredom and comfort, nobody in that room had any reason to believe that the world outside that door was about to tilt. They were just 30 kids shouting out brand names, trusting without even thinking about it that the walls around them, the ceiling above them, the lock on the door would keep them safe. The building listened. The vents whispered. The hallway waited. On the board, another logo loaded, its edges still sharpening. The timer ticked down. Someone inhaled, ready to shout the answer. For one more long, lazy second, Westfield High existed only as a place where nothing truly bad ever happened. The quiz had turned into its own small universe. Logos floated by on the whiteboard, names spun out of 30 different mouths, and the clock on the wall kept slowly eating away the minutes until freedom. They were in that strangely weightless part of class where time did not quite feel real. The room was dimmer now, the blinds half drawn to cut the afternoon glare. Sunlight still slipped through in narrow bands, painting bright rectangles across the floor and catching dust in the projector beam. On the board, another logo appeared, stark and simple. 3 diagonal stripes, black on white. Before anyone else could inhale, Lauren leaned forward, eyes bright. "Adidas," she said, quick and sure. Mr. Klein did not even need to look around for consensus. "We have confidence in the front row," he said lightly, fingers already moving over the keyboard. "ADIDAS. He hit enter. The green "correct" bloomed on the screen. A tiny chime sounded. Too cheerful, too crisp. That was the last normal sound. The loudspeaker crackled to life with a violent burst of static that seemed to split the air in half. It was loud enough that several students flinched, shoulders jerking, faces tightening, as if someone had snapped a rubber band right next to their ears. There was no soft chime, no gentle pre-announcement tone, just that raw, jagged noise. Ethan felt goosebumps race up both arms before a single word came through. It was like his body recognized something wrong before his brain caught up, some animal part of him flaring awake. His heart gave one hard thud against his ribs. The projector kept humming. The air conditioner kept whispering. Pens kept rolling on desks. But suddenly, all of it felt too loud, like the room had been turned up and his hearing could not quite adjust. Then the static thinned and a voice pushed through. "This is Dr. Hargrove," the dean said. His voice did not sound like itself. It was higher, tight, stretched over something brittle. "Teachers, this is not a drill." The words hit harder than the static. Not a drill. Ethan's stomach dropped. "I repeat," the dean said, breath catching slightly on the last word. "This is not a drill. Initiate lockdown protocol immediately." The room froze. For half a heartbeat, they just sat there, everyone suspended in the gap between habit and understanding. The green "correct" still glowed on the board above the Adidas logo, so bright against the white that it almost hurt to look at. Mr. Klein's expression changed in stages, like frames in a film. Mild amusement, blankness. Then something sharp and focused sliding into place behind his eyes. "Phones away," he said. His voice was suddenly different. No joking, no laziness. Back corner, now. You know the drill. Move. Chairs scraped back all at once, the clatter a little too loud in the stunned quiet. A desk leg screeched against the floor, the sound scraping up Ethan's spine. Someone laughed. This short, nervous burst that died as quickly as it started. The little quiz chime on the computer sounded again as Mr. Klein's hand brushed the touchpad. The noise was so wildly out of place that it made several people flinch. "Let's go," he repeated, more quietly, but with a sharp edge. Students grabbed backpacks on instinct, some clutching them like shields as they hurried to the back corner of the room, the one farthest from the door, out of sight from the hallway window. Desks bumped into each other. Someone muttered an apology. A water bottle thudded to the floor and rolled until it hit a cabinet with a hollow thunk. The hum of the air conditioner seemed to grow, a constant breathy presence overhead, like the building was listening. Ethan's legs felt weirdly light as he stood up, like they belonged to someone else. He slung his backpack over one shoulder and followed Lauren and Haley to the corner. Knees and elbows jostled together as bodies pressed in, trying to compress a whole classroom into a space meant for a handful of people. He could smell fabric softener, deodorant, the faint, sour tang of fear starting to seep through. Haley's breath came in short, sharp pulls right in front of him. Mr. Klein moved fast. He crossed to the door, flipped the deadbolt with a heavy metallic clack, and pulled it tight. He yanked down the blinds over the windows in quick, practiced motions, the plastic slats rattling softly. Then he hit the light switch. The fluorescent panels overhead went dark with a soft pop, and the room slid into shadow. Only the projector stayed on, its rectangle of light still thrown across the whiteboard, the Adidas logo in bright green, correct, hovering there like a punchline that had outlived its joke. For a moment, that was the only glow in the room, painting the walls in a ghostly pale wash. "Projector," Mr. Klein muttered to himself, turning back toward his desk. He hopped over an empty chair, fingers snaking out to tap the keyboard. The image blinked, flickered, and finally vanished. The room sank the rest of the way into dimness. Light leaked in around the blinds, thin slices of gray afternoon. A narrow band of brightness shone under the door from the hallway. That little strip of light suddenly felt like the edge of a cliff. The projector's hum faded, winding down with a faint sigh. The AC kept going, but even that seemed to change character. Still there, still steady, but now it sounded less like background comfort and more like a low insect buzz trapped in the ceiling. "Everyone stay down," Mr. Klein said quietly. "No talking. Phones on silent. Do not open the door for anyone unless I say so. You remember this." Someone behind Ethan whispered, "Is this real?" Haley made a small, strangled sound and then clamped a hand over her mouth. "Deep breaths," Mr. Klein said, voice softer now. "Do what we practiced. It is going to be okay." He did not say it was a drill. Out in the hallway, the usual between-class chaos had already drained away. No stomping feet, no laughing, no locker doors slamming like muffled gunshots. The silence outside the room felt too complete, like someone had thrown a blanket over the entire corridor. Inside, every tiny sound was magnified. The rustle of someone adjusting their position, the faint squeak of sneaker rubber on tile, a bracelet clinking softly against a desk leg. Ethan's heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. His skin prickled with cold, even though the room was not chilly. each inhale scraped down his lungs like he was breathing air that did not quite belong to him. He had been through lockdown drills before. Everyone had. They were inconvenient, boring. Another thing to roll your eyes at while you sat in silence and tried not to check your phone. But the announcements before those always sounded different. Calm, rehearsed. This is a lockdown drill. Please follow procedure. There were no shaky breaths, no words pushed out too fast, like the mouth saying them wanted to be done already. This time, there had been just enough panic in Dr. Hargrove's voice to slip past the shield of habit and sink into the soft parts of Ethan's brain. Not a drill. He shifted his weight, knee bumping against Lauren's. She did not tease him this time. Her hand rested on her thigh, fingers tapping silently, knuckles pale. Her leg was completely still. In the dark, Haley's silhouette was a small, tight knot. Her head bowed, shoulders hunched, sweatshirt drawstrings twisted around her fingers. The light from under the door painted a faint line along her sneakers. Ethan followed that line with his eyes until they rested on the bottom edge of the door itself. It looked ordinary, scuffed paint. A little chip, missing near the corner, where someone had kicked it one too many times. A thin metal plate bolted along the bottom. Beyond that, the hallway. Beyond that, the rest of the building. He tried not to think about all the empty spaces inside Westfield. The supply closets, the alcoves under stairwells, the echoing gym with its folded-up bleachers, the dark theater with its heavy curtains. It had always been easy to picture the school as a solid thing, one big block of safety with them tucked comfortably inside. Now, pressed into the corner with his classmates and their damp breaths and shaking hands, he could feel its hollow parts, places someone could stand, unseen, places someone could wait. In the back of his mind, a face surfaced, the man on the bench outside the office, the way his eyes had latched onto Ethan's for that brief, sharp second, the way his fingers had clenched together, tendons standing out like wires. Just a parent, he thought, the excuse thin now. Just a parent having a bad day. The dean's voice echoed in his memory, layered over the image. Not a drill. Somewhere above them, the building shifted. Maybe it was just the ducts, metal expanding or contracting with the temp change, but it sounded like a slow, heavy exhale. The entire room seemed to hold its breath in response. Ethan stared at the door until his vision blurred. The light under it looked like a cut in the floor, a seam that might open up if someone pushed hard enough from the other side. Later, he would replay this moment so many times it would start to feel unreal. The dim room, the smell of dust and deodorant, the distant hum of machines behind the walls. 30 kids trying to be small in a space that suddenly felt too big. Later, he would know what was already moving down another hallway, drawn by corridors and memories and something he had lost. But right then, in that stretched out second, the world narrowed to a strip of light, a locked door, and the echo of a voice still hanging in the air. He did not know it yet, but the last normal moment of his life had come and gone with a dumb little chime and a green word on a screen. Correct. Adidas. Mr. Klein moved faster than anyone else in the room. 1 second, he was just a tired man in a cardigan, humoring us with a logo quiz. The next, he was all lines and angles, crossing the room in 3 long strides, hand already reaching for the door handle. The deadbolt slid with a heavy metallic thunk that felt louder than it should have. He twisted it twice, checking, then leaned his shoulder into the door as if to test the strength of the frame itself. "Back corner," he said, voice low but sharp. "You know the drill. Away from the door. Now." This time, nobody argued. Chairs scraped back in a clumsy chorus. Desk legs screeched against the tile. Someone's binder slipped and hit the floor with a slap of paper and plastic. The cozy hum of the room broke apart like glass under a sudden weight. Ethan stood up too quickly, and his knee clipped the underside of the desk, pain shooting up his thigh. He barely felt it. His body moved on autopilot, following Lauren and Haley toward the far corner by the back cabinets, the place they always went during drills, the place that now looked suddenly much smaller than he remembered. "Grab your stuff," someone breathed. "Do we grab our stuff?" "It does not matter. Just move," Mr. Klein said. Backpacks swung. Zippers jangled. The air filled with the rush of 30 bodies, all trying to occupy the same slice of floor space. Knees bumped, elbows jammed into ribs. A desk got shoved too far and squealed across the tile, the sound sharp enough to make a couple of people flinch. "Phone silent," Mr. Klein said, half turned toward them as he tugged the blinds down over the row of windows. The thin plastic slats rattled and snapped together, cutting off the view of the parking lot and the bright sky beyond. It felt like someone had taken a picture of the outside world and then turned it face down. The room dimmed at once. The only bright thing left was the projected screen on the whiteboard, now floating in the half-light. That frozen page with its green, correct, and empty answer box waiting patiently for the next logo. Mr. Klein crossed to his desk and tapped a key. The projector blinked. The rectangle of light shrank, then collapsed into nothing. The afterglow burned behind Ethan's eyes for a second, a ghostly square that hovered in the dark before fading away. Then the overhead lights went off with a soft click. Darkness did not fall completely. There was still some light sneaking in around the edges of the blinds, a soft gray leaking through the narrow gaps. But the room felt immediately closer, like the walls had taken a step inward. They packed into the back corner, shoulders and knees pressed together. Ethan ended up wedged between the countertop and Lauren on one side, with Haley crouched directly in front of him. Someone's backpack strap dug into his shin. A plastic chair leg touched his ankle. The carpet back there was older than the rest of the room, patchy and grimy, with a faint, permanent smell of dust and whatever they used to clean up spills. When Ethan shifted his weight, fibers scratched at his palms. The floor felt slightly sticky in one spot, like long dried soda. Body heat began to build almost immediately. 30 people in a cluster made a kind of shared temperature, a cramped little atmosphere of their own. Someone's shampoo smelled sharply floral. Somebody else had on too much body spray that clung to the back of Ethan's throat. Underneath it all, there was the simple, human smell of nerves. Sweat starting to wake up under hoodies and jackets. "Stay low," Mr. Klein whispered. Heads down. The room was so quiet that his voice seemed to soak into the walls. Without the harsh fluorescent panels buzzing overhead, the other sounds in the room came forward like they had been waiting for their moment. Ethan could hear Lauren's breathing, quick but not out of control, right beside his ear. He could hear the faint, wet sniffle of someone trying not to cry. Somewhere to his left, a phone vibrated inside a backpack, a tiny insect shudder of sound, then fell silent again. The clock on the wall kept ticking, each small click distinct now in the hush. The air conditioner still hummed above them, but even that felt different, less like background comfort and more like a distant engine. The vents rattled once, A brief metallic shiver, then steadied into their endless exhale. "Do you think it is, like, a threat?" Someone breathed from somewhere in the cluster. "Like a call or something?" "Shh," another voice hissed. Ethan swallowed. His throat felt dry. It was too easy to remember all the news clips he had half-watched over the years. Shots of police tape outside schools, interviews with stunned students, headlines scrolling under talking heads. None of those places had expected it either. But his mind, stubborn, tried to reach for the easiest explanation. Probably just something minor, he told himself. Maybe some kind of vague phone threat. Somebody called in something stupid, and they are overreacting to be safe. It will be like the fire alarms, the ones where someone burns popcorn and they make us all stand outside for 20 minutes just in case. Adults like the words, "out of an abundance of caution." He could hear that phrase in his head now, in the calm voice of some superintendent at a podium. "We locked down out of an abundance of caution." Students were never in any real danger. That, more than anything, was what he wanted this to be. An overreaction they would all roll their eyes about later. A story they could turn into a joke. Remember when we had to sit in the dark and nothing happened? But the memory of the dean's voice, higher, stretched, not quite under control, did not fit that script. It pinned itself in his chest like a cold weight. This is not a drill. The silence in the hallway outside the room was not complete. It just felt very far away, like the sounds were happening at the end of a long tunnel. Somewhere, down another corridor, a door shut with a heavy, echoing thud. The sound bounced and spread, losing its edges as it traveled. There was the faint, hurried patter of footsteps, too light to be an adult's, which meant some class somewhere had been slow to move and was being rushed into position. A teacher's voice, muffled and sharp, calling, "Hurry, hurry, in, in," before their door slammed and cut the words off mid-syllable. Ethan listened so hard his ears almost hurt. His vision felt weirdly sharper in the dim, as if the lack of bright light had given his brain more room to notice everything else. He could see the line of cabinets beside him, their surfaces dull and slightly sticky with years of contact. The outline of the sink, the faint, chalky residue on the nearby counter where someone had once spilled whiteboard cleaner. On the floor, in front of them, near the edge of the group, someone's pen had rolled away from their backpack and now lay abandoned. A tiny, ordinary object stranded in the no man's land between the desks and the cluster of students. It struck him how quickly all the normal props of their lives, books, pens, half-finished worksheets, had become scenery, irrelevant as soon as the announcement crackled through the speaker. Mr. Klein slid down to a crouch near the front row of students, putting himself between them and the door. He was close enough to touch the nearest kid's shoulder, and he did, briefly, a steadying squeeze. "Eyes on me, if you need to," he murmured. "We are following procedure. That is all we can do. You are okay right now." In the half-light, his face looked older, the deep lines around his mouth more carved. He kept glancing toward the door, though, the way someone might stare at a window during a storm, listening for the crack of a branch against the glass. From above, somewhere in the skeleton of the ceiling, a pipe clanged softly, then settled. Another answered it further down, a slow, hollow knock. These were sounds the building had always made. Ethan knew that. But stripped of the usual noise to cover them, each one felt amplified and strange. like the school was talking to itself in a language only it understood. Somewhere farther away, a different wing maybe, the sharp echo of running feet bounced through the structure. He could not tell if it was students being herded or something else. The sound came, swelled for a breath, then faded. The clock ticked on. Seconds lengthened. A minute felt like a small eternity, stretching thin and quivering over their heads. Nobody in the cluster moved much now. The initial shuffle and panic had settled into a tense stillness. Knees pressed numb against the floor. Feet cramped. Fingers dug into fabric, into the carpet, into the edges of backpacks. Ethan realized he was counting his own breaths, as if keeping track of them might stop anything else from breaking. In, 2, 3, out, 2, 3. The stupid part was that, for a while, nothing else happened. No more announcements. No footsteps directly outside their door. No shouting. Just that humming AC. Those distant, half-heard door thuds. The occasional metallic ping from the pipes. The quiet started to feel like its own kind of pressure. A few people shifted, trying to ease pins and needles in their legs. Haley whispered something that might have been, "How long does this usually take?" and got no answer. It was very easy, in that pocket of time, to start talking yourself down. See? Nothing is happening. It is probably just some vague threat, a suspicious person outside. They are checking the building, and then they will tell us to go back to normal. We will go home and text about how weird it was. Ethan clung to that narrative like a rope, even as the knot in his stomach refused to loosen. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the soundscape paint itself in the dark. The breath of 30 teenagers in a too small space. The low, constant whisper of the vents. The thin, precise tick of the clock. Somewhere far down the hall, a door opened and shut again. The noise washed thin by distance. For a fleeting minute, it almost worked. The fear edged back just enough for him to imagine that this would be one more drill in everything but name. A story that would flatten into something harmless with time. Then, faintly at first, another sound began to thread its way through the quiet. Footsteps. He could not yet tell how many feet, or how close, or how fast. Only that they were heavier than the quick, light steps they had heard before, and they were getting closer. At first, it sounded like someone arguing. The footsteps in the hall grew clearer, a heavy, uneven rhythm, and then underneath them came a voice, muffled by distance and cinder block, blurred enough that it could still almost be anything. A teacher raising his voice, two students fighting, some adult pissed off about something. The words did not land yet, just the shape of them. The jagged edges carried on the echo. Ethan lifted his head a little, straining to hear. Beside him, Lauren went completely still. Haley's fingers tightened around her hoodie strings until her knuckles turned white. The voice came again, louder now, the edges sharpening as it moved closer down the corridor. Not done. The sound bounced off lockers and door frames, distorting, stretching. For a second, Ethan tried to slot it into something normal. Maybe a coach yelling, maybe security, maybe... Then it broke free of all those possibilities. "I know you're hiding." The words slammed through the hallway, clear and unmistakable, punching right through the thin line of light under the door and into the compressed dark of room 314. Haley flinched so hard her shoulder bumped Ethan's knees. Someone on the far side of the cluster sucked in a sharp breath. The voice was raw, scraped throat rough like it belonged to someone who had been yelling for a long time. There was a wild, cracked edge to it, the kind of fury that did not care who heard. Ethan felt something cold flicker in his chest. This was not a calm announcement, not an authority voice, not anything that belonged to the script of a drill. Another sound crashed in behind the shouting, metal slamming against metal. A locker door banged open, the thin sheet steel ringing like a struck bell. The echo rolled down the hallway, bounced back, doubled. A second locker followed, the squeal of its hinges higher, shriller, the impact harder, like the person swinging it had put their whole weight into the blow. Bang! Bang! The building had always made noises. Lockers, doors, dropped books. But those sounds were usually swallowed up in a sea of other noises. Now, each impact landed on a bed of silence, every crash rising like a wave and breaking inside the quiet classroom. "I know you're in there." The voice had moved closer. It scraped along the corridor like it was looking for something to grab onto. The words arrived a fraction of a second after the sound of footsteps, delayed by the way they had to roll around corners and spill under doors, but they were clear enough. Ethan's heartbeat picked up speed, skipping in his chest. The air in the room seemed to thicken, every inhale dragging. Mr. Klein held up a hand, palm facing the group, fingers spread. Stay. His eyes were fixed on the door now, his body angled toward it, like he was physically holding the line between the two worlds on either side of the frame. The footsteps grew heavier, slower. Not the brisk, clipped walk of a security officer or a teacher. Something more uneven, like one leg was dragging behind the other. Each step landed with a dull thud that shook faint dust from the ceiling. Outside, another locker door screamed open. The scrape of it being yanked past its limit shaved the sound down to a rusty shriek. It slammed shut again, the noise so loud now that it vibrated in the walls. A third. Bang. The plaster behind the cabinets shuddered. Tiny particles sifted down, invisible in the dim light, but noticeable in the faint itch at the back of Ethan's throat. "I'll kill every last one of you." The sentence ripped down the hallway, no muffling now. The sound was too big for the narrow corridor, smashing itself against doors and corners and vents before forcing its way into the seams of the building. In the dark corner, the words landed in 30 bodies at once. Someone let out a small, high noise, almost a squeak, almost a sob. Haley's shoulders jerked forward, and a tiny, involuntary whimper escaped her before she could crush it with her hand. "Shh," Mr. Klein whispered, his voice barely more than breath. "Stay completely silent. Do not move." There was no anger in his tone, only urgency, but it pressed down on them like another weight. Ethan's mind tried, uselessly, to find an explanation that made sense. This could still be some kind of something, a staged scenario, a drill where they had gone too far. No. Schools did not stage murder threats over the loudspeaker and in the halls. There were lines even emergency plans did not cross. Whoever was out there was real, and he was getting closer. The strange thing was how the lack of sight made everything worse. They could not see the hallway, could not see how far away the man was or what he looked like. There was only the door, the narrow line of light beneath it, and the sounds pouring through. Sound became shape. The dragging weight of his footsteps made him tall in Ethan's mind, shoulders slamming into lockers as he walked. The way the metal screamed when he hit it turned his hands into fists the size of hammers. The ragged tear in his voice painted his face with red eyes and spit-flecked lips, and veins standing out in his neck. Even though Ethan knew That detail had no source except his imagination. Every crash of a locker became a swing of that imagined arm. Every shouted word carved another piece onto the monster they could not see. Somewhere near the front of the cluster, someone started crying softly, the sound bubbling up in tiny, stifled hiccups. It was almost worse than a full-out sob. The smallness of it made it feel like it did not belong in the same world as those huge sounds in the hallway. The man outside hit another locker. This one was closer. Ethan could tell by the way the impact came with a deeper, more immediate vibration, the wall itself flinching. The cinder block behind the cabinets gave a little shudder. A faint dusting of something landed on Lauren's sleeve. She stared down at it, then up at Ethan, eyes wide and reflecting the weak light. The building was reacting. Ethan had always thought of Westfield as solid, immovable, almost smug in its stability. But now, it felt like the school was alive in a different way. Like its bones could feel the force slamming into them and did not know how much more they were supposed to take. The voice moved again, the words smearing as they echoed. "You think you can hide from me?" He was close enough now that Ethan could hear the breath between syllables, the wet catch in his throat, as if each shout scraped something rawer on its way out. Another locker door crashed open, right against the wall behind where the cluster crouched. The impact shook the cabinet backs against their spines. The hollow metal ringed through the room, trapped and amplified by the closed blinds and locked door. Someone flinched so hard their shoulder struck the counter with a thump. The quiet sobbing cut off with a gasp. Ethan wanted to shrink into the floor. His body felt like it was trying to make itself smaller, every muscle compressing, shoulders hunching, knees drawing closer to his chest. His fingers dug into the rough carpet, nails scraping fibers. He could feel his own pulse in strange places, in his palms, his ears, the back of his throat. "Do not look at the door," Lauren whispered, barely audible. "Just do not look at it." Her voice quivered, betraying her. He turned his head anyway. The human instinct to watch the threat was too strong. The narrow band of hallway light under the door had changed. Instead of a clean, unbroken strip, there were shadows crossing it now, a shifting darkness cutting the glow into fragments as someone moved back and forth just beyond the frame. There was a brief, awful pause in the noise. The footsteps stopped. The locker doors stopped. The shouting stopped. The sudden absence of sound was almost worse than the crashing had been. In that split second of stillness, Ethan could hear everything inside the classroom with brutal clarity. The wet, shaky inhale of the crying student. The tiny chime of a bracelet as someone's hand trembled. The faint, dry click of the clock on the wall, still counting seconds as if nothing had changed. Then the voice came again, so close it felt like it was inside the room. "I know you're hiding," the man snarled right outside. "I can hear you." His words pushed through the crack under the door like smoke, curling into the corners where the students pressed themselves flat. Haley made a tiny sound, some squeezed-off cross between a sob and a squeak, before clapping both hands over her mouth. Her shoulders shook. Tears tracked down her cheeks, catching the faint light. "Quiet," Mr. Klein breathed, the word almost silent. "Please, you have to stay completely quiet." The man's footsteps shifted again, one heavy step, then another, like he was turning. Then the metal carnage began again, at a new angle. He slammed his fists, or his shoulder, or his feet, Ethan could not tell, against the lockers directly to the right of their room. Each blow landed like a body hitting the wall, The cinder block shook. A faint shower of plaster dust rained down from the seam where wall met ceiling, almost invisible but gritty when it hit skin. Bang. The sound crawled into Ethan's chest and lodged there. Bang! Someone in the cluster flinched so violently their shoe squeaked against the tile. A high, nervous sound that seemed to echo too loudly. Bang! The building felt like it was bracing with each impact. Fear climbed to a peak and stayed there, buzzing in the air like static. There was no break big enough to breathe in fully, no punchline to release the tension, just a stretched out, high-wire moment where every sense was pulled tight toward the hallway. They still could not see him. They only had the sound of his rage, the metal screaming, the heavy feet, the shredded voice tearing itself against the walls. And with every crash, the monster in their minds grew more real. The next set of footsteps came straight toward them. You could hear the difference. Before, the man had been moving along the row of lockers, his weight sliding from one metal door to the next in a jagged rhythm. Now the sound shifted, angling directly toward room 314, each step a heavy, dragging thud that made the floor feel thinner under their feet. The light under the door changed again. What had been a narrow, steady strip of brightness from the hallway suddenly narrowed, then disappeared in the middle, swallowed by a shape on the other side. The glow broke into two unequal pieces, left and right, like the door frame had grown a spine. He was standing right there. The class seemed to fold in on itself, everyone instinctively shrinking back as far as the cabinets would let them. Ethan's shoulder blades pressed into the cool surface. His lungs forgot what to do for a second. The handle rattled. It was not the tentative jiggle of someone checking a door. It was a violent jerking wrench, like a hand closing around metal and trying to tear it off in one motion. The lock clacked hard in its housing. The whole mechanism shivered. The door jumped in its frame. A chorus of tiny sounds broke out in the corner. Quick gasps, a stifled sob, the scrape of shoes shifting involuntarily. Mr. Klein's head whipped toward them, eyes wide, one hand lifted again in that silent plea for stillness. The handle rattled again, harder. The deadbolt held, the metal thunk of resistance echoing in the room. Then the pounding started. A fist hit the wood just above the handle with a deep, flat blow that made the entire door shudder. The impact sent a dull vibration through the wall, into the cabinets, into the students pressed there. Bang! The blinds over the narrow window in the door jumped, the plastic slats clacking softly against each other. The light behind them flickered in thin strips. Bang! Another hit, higher up. The sound was uglier this time, the wood complaining in a low creak as the frame took the force. You could hear skin on paint, the slide of knuckles, the scrape of nails. Open up! His voice was no longer distant, no longer distorted by corners and echoes. It was right on the other side of the thin barrier, so close that for a moment it felt like the door itself had learned to shout. Somebody lost control of their fear. Haley screamed. It was not loud, not the kind of horror movie shriek that would echo through the whole building. It was short and sharp and human, ripped out of her before she could stop it. The sound hung in the dim classroom like a flare, bright, impossible to ignore, lighting up every hunched, terrified shape in that back corner. She slapped both hands over her mouth a split second too late, eyes wide and wet, shoulders shaking. Tears spilled over, streaking down her face in the weak light. The effect on the room was immediate and terrible. Ethan felt his heart lurch. a spike of panic driving through the fragile calm he had been barely holding on to. Someone beside him whispered, "Oh God! Oh God!" under their breath. The quiet sobbing from earlier surged for a second, then choked off as its owner tried to swallow it back down. On the other side of the door, the man seemed to seize on the sound. "I heard you," he roared. "I know you're in there." The words crashed through the wood like a shockwave. Another blow followed, harder than the last. The door slammed against its frame with a hollow boom that rattled the blinds and sent a tiny puff of dust drifting down from the top of the casing. Mr. Klein slid forward on his knees, positioning himself between the cluster of students and the door. He put one hand flat against the wall, as if he could feel the force through the paint. His face was pale in the dim light, jaw clenched so tight a muscle twitched under the skin. "Do not move," he whispered, his eyes never leaving the handle. "Do not make a sound." The man on the other side kept hitting the door. Bang! The frame shuddered. Bang! The screws in the strike plate creaked. Bang! The rhythm was brutal, relentless. The building itself seemed to flinch with each impact, its bones taking the shock and passing it along the walls and floor. In the gaps between blows, something new slipped through. Breathing. Ethan could hear it now, clear and awful. A harsh, wet drag of air, in and out. The sound of lungs that had been working too hard for too long. The man's breaths came in ragged pulls, whistles of air around phlegm and fury, then burst out again with the next shout or grunt. "I can hear you," the man hissed, closer to the door now. The words lower, less projected. "I know you're there." His voice had changed. There was still anger in it, but underneath, something else. A raw, cracked grief that seemed to leak through in the quieter moments between the pounding. Time stretched. Every second ballooned out, swollen with noise and fear. The tick of the clock faded completely from Ethan's awareness, swallowed by the drumbeat of fists on wood and the roar of his own blood in his ears. He imagined the lock giving way. He saw it in his mind, not as a clear picture, but as a blur of movement and sound. The deadbolt snapping, metal tearing free of the frame. The door flying inward, exploding into their corner like a piece of the wall had decided to attack. A shape filling the doorway, silhouetted against the hard hallway lights, arms out, mouth open. He imagined the man's eyes locked onto them, the way they had locked on him for that brief second outside the office earlier that day. Only this time, there would be no glass between them. His fingers dug into the carpet, nails scraping. He realized he was holding his breath in little shuddering bursts, like his lungs were afraid to move too fast in case the sound gave them away. Another blow landed, this one a little higher, directly over where the lock sat in the frame. The door frame groaned. A faint crack appeared in the paint near the hinges, a hairline fracture crawling out from the metal plate like a thin, white branch. Somebody whimpered. Somebody else mumbled something that sounded like a prayer, the words too soft and jumbled to distinguish. And then, cutting through the next ragged inhale from the man outside, Ethan heard something else. It was not shouted. It did not come wrapped in rage. It slipped out between the blows, almost swallowed by the sound of his own panting, like something that had escaped without permission. Lena. The name was barely more than a breath, a soft, broken syllable just on the edge of hearing. If Ethan had not been listening as hard as he was, he might have missed it completely. Another hit. "I am doing this for you," the man rasped, the words half muttered, half ground out through clenched teeth. The next shout drowned the end of the sentence. "I'll kill every last one of you." The words slammed into them again, jagged and huge. But Ethan's mind caught on that small, near-hidden fragment. Lena. It lodged there, confusing and sharp, a name with no face, no context. Who was she? Why did saying her name sound less like a threat and more like a wound being pressed with a thumb? There was no time to unravel it. The man hit the door again, and again, and again. Then, as abruptly as it had started, the pounding stopped. The last blow left a long, aching echo in the frame. The blinds swayed, their plastic slats clicking together in a soft, irregular rhythm as they settled. Dust hung in the air, almost visible now in the faint light slipping past the edges of the blinds. For a moment, nothing moved. The breathing outside the door came faster now, each inhale rattling, each exhale pushed out hard. Ethan could almost picture the man with his forehead resting against the wood, knuckles bruised, chest heaving. "Cowards," the man muttered, the word blurred and thick, but still audible through the barrier. "Every one of you. Cowards." His footsteps scraped as he turned. The shadow blocking the light under the door shifted, then began to move away. The dark wedge sliding off the strip of brightness inch by inch until the line was whole again. The heavy footsteps started up once more, this time moving down the hall instead of toward them. Each step grew a little softer, a little less distinct. A locker door slammed somewhere farther away, the sound now more distant, its violence dulled by space. Another crash. A hoarse shout that dissolved into echoes before the words could be understood. The world on the other side of their door began to recede, inch by inch. Inside the classroom, nobody spoke. Mr. Klein stayed where he was for a long moment, hands still pressed against the wall, head tilted slightly as he listened to the fading storm in the corridor. His chest rose and fell in shallow, controlled breaths. Gradually, the other sounds returned, like animals creeping back out after a predator has passed. The air conditioner's hum swelled back into awareness. The faint tick of the clock on the wall pushed through the thinning veil of silence. A chair creaked as someone shifted their weight, legs long since gone numb. Still, no one moved toward their desks. No one dared to stand. The loudspeaker crackled again. The sudden burst of static made half the cluster jerk like they had been shocked. "This is Dr. Hargrove," the dean's voice said, still tight but more controlled than before. "All teachers, remain in lockdown. Law enforcement is on campus. Stay in your rooms. Do not open your doors for anyone who is not a uniformed officer or an administrator you personally recognize." There was the faint background noise of radios squawking behind his words, distant voices calling codes and directions. "Students," he added after a pause, "you are doing well. Please stay calm. We will update you as soon as we can." The speaker clicked off. Calm. Ethan's legs were pins and needles. His hands were trembling so badly he had to curl them into fists to stop them. Haley's shoulders still shook in small, uneven tremors. Someone wiped their nose on their sleeve with a wet sniff. The door stood where it had always been, its paint cracked in one thin line near the hinges, the lock still intact. It had held. They stayed like that for what felt like a very long time, pressed together in the dim back corner of the room, listening for the return of pounding fists that never came. Every creak, every distant slam from elsewhere in the building made them flinch. Every voice drifting faintly through the vents made them hold their breath. Somewhere down another hallway, the man's footsteps dragged on, his voice rising and falling, until, eventually, distance and walls and closed doors swallowed him completely. In room 314, 30 students and one teacher sat in the dark, still waiting for a blow that did not land, a lock that did not break, a door that, for that day at least, chose to stay closed between them and whatever grief had come walking through their school. The first time the door opened again, everyone jumped. The lock turned with a heavy metallic twist from the outside. For a split second, I was sure it was him. That somehow he had gotten a key, that the pounding had only been the opening act. My muscles tensed, ready for the door to explode inward. Instead, it opened only a few inches, slow and controlled. "Mr. Klein?" a voice called quietly. "It is Officer Ramirez. You can look." Mr. Klein moved like he was made of glass. He stood, joints stiff, and crossed the room. His hand hovered near the handle for a second before he pulled the door wider. Bright light slammed into the dim classroom. The hallway beyond was flooded with afternoon sun from distant windows, reflecting off the polished floor and locker doors. It was such a shock after the shadowed corner that my eyes watered. 2 police officers stood in the doorway, uniforms dark, belts heavy with gear. Behind them was Dean Hargrove, his tie loosened, his face the color of old paper. "It is safe to come out," he said. His voice had regained some of its usual smoothness, but you could still hear the frayed edges. "We are going to escort each class to the exits. Please follow instructions." Safe. The word felt flimsy, like a plastic cup trying to hold boiling water. We unfolded ourselves from the corner, one stiff limb at a time. My legs were pins and needles, my feet half asleep. When I tried to stand, my knees almost buckled. Lauren grabbed my arm briefly, more to steady herself than me, but the contact helped. The classroom looked wrong with the lights back on. The desks were slightly skewed from our rush to the corner. A faint dusting of plaster powder lay on the floor near the door, like gray snow. The crack in the paint by the hinges looked bigger in the bright light, a thin white wound branching out from the metal. On the other side of the threshold, the hallway had that eerily scrubbed feeling, like something had happened and then been erased too quickly. We lined up, single file, in that nervous, shuffling way they drilled into us in elementary school. One officer walked ahead of the line, hand near his holster. The other brought up the rear. As we stepped into the hall, I could feel eyes peering through the thin windows of other classroom doors, other clusters of students watching us go. The air out there smelled sharper, like cleaning chemicals, and sweat, and something faintly metallic. As we passed the row of lockers our wall backed onto, I could see the dents where fists or shoulders had hit. One door hung slightly askew, its latch bent, an ugly new bend in the smooth line of metal. Farther down, near the front office, a section of the glass wall was covered in hastily applied tape, crisscross strips forming a web over a small, jagged crack. The sight of it made my chest tighten. There was no sign of the man himself, no trace of his presence except the damage and the way the adults' voices dropped whenever they passed that area. They funneled us out one of the side exits, away from the main doors. Sunlight hit me like a physical shove as soon as we stepped outside. The world out there was offensively bright. The sky was a bold, cloudless blue. The grass around the parking lot glowed too green. Cars sparkled like nothing had changed in the 40 minutes we had spent pressed against that wall. Red and blue lights strobed quietly from the police cars lined up along the curb, their sirens mercifully silent. Officers stood in clumps, talking into radios, hands resting on their belts. Teachers grouped near the students, faces tight inside their practiced calm expressions. Everyone was talking at once. Did you see him? I heard he had a knife. No, a gun. It was totally a gun. Voices buzzed around me, too loud and too thin at the same time. It felt like the volume of the world had been turned up without any depth added. My ears were still tuned to the hallway, the slam of fists on wood, the ragged breathing beyond the door. This bright, open air felt like a stage set that had been wheeled in front of something darker. My hands would not stop shaking. I shoved them into the front pocket of my hoodie so no one would notice. We were told to gather by homeroom sections on the grass. Teachers took counts. Clipboards appeared from nowhere. A couple of kids laughed too loudly at nothing. The sound brittle, bounced back by the brick walls. A girl near us was openly crying, shoulders shaking, tears streaking down her face. Her friend kept rubbing circles on her back, repeating, "You are okay, you are okay," over and over, like if she said it enough, it would become true. Somebody's phone buzzed again and again and again. Parents, group chats, notifications. A few kids looked down at their screens, thumbs moving fast. Others stared straight ahead, like if they let their eyes focus on anything, it would all come crashing in. My own phone had started vibrating in my pocket, a series of small, insistent nudges against my leg. I did not take it out yet. After what felt like hours, but was probably less than 30 minutes, they started dismissing us grade by grade, then class by class. Buses lined up. Parents' cars clogged the street. Some of them pulled halfway onto the grass in their rush to get closer. I climbed onto my bus, like I had done 1,000 times before, but every step up the metal stairs sounded too loud. The driver's usual cheerful greeting was gone. He just nodded tightly, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds, as if checking to make sure we were all still there. The ride home was mostly quiet at first. Then, as the houses and trees slid by, outside the windows, and the distance between us and the school grew, the words started bubbling out. He totally tried our door. He was right outside my classroom. My friend's cousin said he had a .44 Magnum. The gun details changed from mouth to mouth. Black, silver, huge, small, tucked into his waistband, held to someone's head. Nobody had actually seen it, but that did not matter. The story was already growing teeth. I stared out the window, watching familiar streets go by in a blur. My mind kept slipping back to that narrow strip of light under the door, cut in half by his shadow, and the way the lock had groaned under his hand. And buried inside the shouting, that almost whispered name, Lena. By the time I got home, my phone was a brick of messages. Mom met me at the door, arms already half outstretched, face tight with a mix of fear and relief. Dad hovered just behind her, eyes darting past me as if expecting to see something following down the driveway. "You're okay," Mom said, more a statement for herself than a question for me. She pulled me into a hug that lasted a fraction too long. "You are okay." "I am fine," I said. My voice sounded flat to my own ears. We just sat there. Just. As if sitting in the dark while someone tried to break down the door was a small thing. That evening, the official story arrived, first in the form of a robocall. The dean's voice smoothed out and filtered through a bad connection. Today, there was an incident involving a distressed individual on campus. Out of an abundance of caution, we initiated a full lockdown. Law enforcement responded swiftly. At no time were students in confirmed danger. There is no ongoing threat. Then in more detail, in an email from the district that landed in every parent's inbox, an incident with a distressed individual, an assault on a staff member at the front desk, no confirmed weapon. Students were safe at all times. On the screen, the phrases sat lined up neatly, like they had already been through several rounds of editing and legal approval. The whole thing took less than 3 paragraphs. Nowhere did it mention fists slamming against classroom doors. Nowhere did it mention someone screaming, "I will kill every last one of you." Nowhere did it mention the crack forming in the paint by our hinges, or the way plaster dust had fallen like gray snow into our hair, or the name breathed into the wood between blows. Lena. Mom read the email out loud, her voice steadier with each official reassurance. "See," she said, sighing. "They are saying you were not in confirmed danger. It was just some man having some kind of breakdown." Just. I nodded because it was easier than arguing, but the word breakdown did not sit right. Breakdown sounded quiet, private, tragic. This had been loud and directed, and full of something that felt like more than vague madness. I thought of the front office. The next morning, when we were all herded back into the building under the watchful gaze of a couple of lingering patrol cars, Ms. Reynolds was not at her usual spot behind the front desk. Instead, there was a substitute secretary, someone from the district office probably, smiling too brightly and speaking too softly. The crack in the glass behind her had been taped more carefully overnight, a grid of clear tape holding the fracture in place. It looked like a spider web around a missing spider. Adults stood in corners, talking in low voices. Whenever a student came into range, their words dropped off abruptly or changed subject. In first period, teachers read from a script. "We know yesterday was scary," my English teacher said, eyes flicking from the paper to the room and back again. "But we want to reassure you that procedures were followed, that law enforcement responded quickly, and that you are safe here at Westfield. Counselors are available if you need to talk to someone. Safe." The word landed differently now. Lighter. Easier to knock over. In between the official phrases, the unofficial story kept mutating. "He totally had a gun," a kid behind me said, in math, half whisper, half boast. "My friend saw it in his jacket." "Mine said he put it to Ms. Reynolds' head," another chimed in, "like she almost died." "They're lying about the no weapon thing," someone else added. "They just do not want parents to freak out." The hallways between classes felt like they were buzzing, everyone trying to talk the fear out of their systems by poking at it, exaggerating it, twisting it into something that sounded more like a movie than what it had actually been. I sat in my seat, listening to them, and thought about how my hands had shaken so hard I had to hide them, and how close his voice had been to my ear through that door. The email called it an incident with a distressed individual. My body remembered it as something else. It remembered the weight of the word Lena pressed into the grain of the wood that night. My phone would not shut up. It started the second I got home and never really stopped. Notifications stacked up on the lock screen like tiny, insistent knocks. Vibrations, pings, banner previews flashing every time I glanced away. For a while, I just let them pile there, face down on my bedspread, like if I did not look, they would eventually get tired and go away. They did not. After dinner, when the house had slipped into that evening quiet. TV murmuring in the living room, dishwasher humming in the kitchen. I finally picked the phone up and let the flood in. The first thing I saw was a Snapchat story, a grainy, zoomed-in shot of the front of Westfield from the road. 2 police cars, lights still on, but sirens off, cast pulsing red and blue over the brick and glass. The caption read, "Today was actually insane." I tapped through. More of the same. A blurry video from someone's bus window, taken as they pulled out of the parking lot. Just a glimpse of officers talking near the side entrance, hands on their hips, radios clipped to their shoulders. The sound on the clip was mostly random chatter and the rattle of the bus engine, but every now and then, someone's nervous laugh cut through. A still photo of the taped-up crack in the office class, circled in red with the words, "He hit it this hard?" Someone had posted a black screen with white text, "Locking down in 314 while some psycho trying to break the door." The arrows made it look like a joke. The part of me that had been there did not find it funny. In the class group chat, the conversation had gone feral hours ago. "Did you hear? He had a gun?" My cousin said it was a .44 Magnum. Like a huge one, bro. How does your cousin know what a .44 looks like? My neighbor works at the district. He said the guy used to work at Westfield Janitor or something. No way swear. Every message seemed to add a new layer. The weapon, which had been no confirmed in the email, became bigger and shinier and more specific with every retelling. Guns multiplied in rumor. One in his jacket, one in his waistband, an entire arsenal rattling under that heavy coat. His identity mutated too. In one version, he was a fired teacher who had come back for revenge. In another, a former coach whose wife had left him and taken the kids. Someone swore their older brother had said he was a disgraced cop. My thumb kept scrolling, half on autopilot. I told myself I was looking for the truth tucked between the exaggerations, something that would make the day make sense. But the more I read, the more my chest tightened. The words blurred, then sharpened again, each new detail landing like a small, sharp stone in my stomach. Our own small group chat, me, Lauren, and Haley, was a quieter but not calmer storm. "Lauren, I can't believe he actually hit our door, Haley. I keep hearing it like in my head that boom, it won't stop." She followed it with a row of shaking hands emojis that almost made me laugh, except my throat was too tight. I stared at her message for a long time. I could hear it too. The fist, the wood, the frame shuddering. The sound lived somewhere behind my ears now, ready to replay at the slightest nudge. Finally, I typed back, "Same, it feels like it's still happening." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Haley. My mom keeps saying, "It's over," but it doesn't feel over, Lauren. It's over for him. If I ever see that dude Arlen swinging, I could picture her face as she typed that, jaw set, eyes too bright. Lauren's default reaction to fear was anger. It was easier for her to sharpen it into a weapon than sit with it dull and heavy in her chest. "Do you think he had a gun?" I regretted sending the question as soon as I hit send, but it was the one everyone was orbiting anyway. Lauren answered first. "IDK, I didn't see anything but Mr. Klein's face when he was at the door." Haley. "My cousin said?" Lauren. "Everybody's cousin said something." Haley. "Okay, but my cousin heard from someone in the office. They're saying there might have been. They won't admit it. Back parents will freak." I put the phone down on my chest and stared at the ceiling for a moment, letting the glow of the screen fade from my eyes. The email's clean, careful words floated up in my memory like corporate ghosts. No confirmed weapon. Students were safe at all times. Then, layered over that, like someone turning up the volume on a second track, I'll kill every last one of you. The feel of the door shuddering under his fists. The crack in the paint near the hinges. The dust drifting down onto our hair and shoulders. And that softer thing, almost lost between the impacts. Lena. I rolled onto my side and grabbed the phone again, suddenly uneasy at being alone with my thoughts. Down the hall, the TV in the living room murmured. My parents had switched from regular news to some cooking show right after dinner. Anytime the news channel had flashed a headline with the word school and incident in the same line, my mom's fingers had darted for the remote like she was slapping a mosquito. These things happen, Dad had said, over plates of reheated pasta, his voice heavy with the weariness of someone who had watched too many bad headlines scroll across too many screens. But you are safe. You have procedures. You did everything right. Mom nodded. Your school handled it. The police handled it. That is what matters. I had nodded too, because that was what they expected. But the word sat wrong. These things happen made it sound like a freak storm, like hail or flash floods. Something natural, impersonal. What had hammered on our door had not been a storm. It had been a person, a whole specific human life pressed up against the wood, spilling rage and something like grief through the cracks. I did not know him, but I knew his breath pattern now. I knew the rhythm of his fists. I knew the sound of his voice breaking on a name. Social media did what it always did. It turned him into a character. People posted memes within hours, screenshots of the principal's email with sarcastic commentary, TikToks with audio of doors slamming, text overlay saying POV. Your teacher says, this is not a drill, and you choose violence instead of hiding. I watched a few, thumb hovering over the screen, feeling like I was seeing a funhouse version of the day. All the shapes were familiar, but the proportions were wrong. The fear was flattened into something shareable and slightly funny. In one group chat, someone sent a dark joke. At least if he shot me, I wouldn't have to take the chem test tomorrow. The laughing emojis that followed felt like small, nervous screams dressed up as humor. The more I scrolled, the less real my own memory felt. Had his voice really sounded that close? Was the door really shaking that hard? The body remembers differently than a screen does. Whenever my mind started to doubt, my heart answered with a fresh spike of adrenaline, like it was saying, yes, that happened. I was there. At some point, Mom knocked softly on my door and cracked it open. The hallway light painted a wedge across the floor. You okay? She asked. You have been in here a while. Yeah, I said automatically. Just talking to people. She stepped inside, sat on the edge of my bed. The mattress dipped. You know, she said, when I was your age, we did tornado drills, and sometimes there would be one somewhere else in the state, and you would see pictures of ruined houses on TV. But you kept going to school, because that is life. You take precautions. You trust the adults in charge. Her hand found my knee, gave it a squeeze. This was scary, she admitted, her voice dropping. I am not minimizing that, but they did their jobs. You did yours. You are home. You are okay. I looked at her, really looked. She believed that. Or she needed to. The idea that the structure around her kid might not be able to protect him was probably too big to hold. Yeah, I said again. Okay. After she left, I muted most of my chats. Not because the noise had stopped, but because I could feel it starting to chew at me. Every new detail, every embellished retelling, was another set of teeth burying into the day, reshaping it into something I barely recognized. The official version and the rumor version felt like two badly dubbed tracks laid over the same film. Neither lined up perfectly with what I had actually lived through. Somewhere in between them, in the quiet spaces they both ignored, was the truth. The sound of knuckles hitting wood, the crack in the paint, the taste of dust in the air as we held our breath, and a name I had no context for, whispered into the grain of the door like a secret only the building and I had heard. The house sounded different that night. It was the same two-story box it had always been. Same creaky stairs, same too thin walls, same plumbing that had been good enough when my parents bought it, but every noise it made wore a new mask. After I muted my chats and closed out of the last app, the silence in my room felt too sharp. My phone lay face down on the nightstand, its black screen reflecting a warped slice of my ceiling. The glow from the hallway under my door went dark as my parents turned in for the night, and the house slid into that late evening quiet where small sounds spread out and stretch. I turned off my lamp. Dark came in quick, swallowing the posters on my walls, flattening my desk into a vague, hulking shape. A thin gray strip from the streetlight outside cut across one corner of the room, barely enough to turn objects into softer ghosts. For a while, all I heard was my own breathing. In, out. Then the house started talking. It began with the heater. The old unit in the basement kicked on with a distant, muffled thud, like someone slamming a door 3 rooms away. A second later, the vents in my room responded with a hollow, rattling sigh as warm air started to push through them. The metal ducts ticked as they expanded. Normally, those sounds meant comfort, heat, normalcy, a barrier between me and the cold. Tonight, they sounded like something waking up in the walls. The vent above my dresser let out a low, breathy hum, not unlike the one in our classroom ceiling. I closed my eyes and was right back there, wedged in the corner, backs pressed to the cabinets, the steady whisper over our heads as we waited for fists on the door. My heart picked up speed. Different vent, I told myself in my head, as if my nervous system took verbal instructions. Different building, home. The pipes decided to join in. Somewhere between my room and the bathroom, water shifted and clicked. Little hollow knocks running along the copper veins of the house. Tap, tap, tap. Every tiny impact sounded deliberate, chosen. I rolled onto my back, staring into the dark, and felt my muscles tighten a little more with each noise. The bed creaked under me, springs complaining, wood frame adjusting to the new weight. Westfield's door had creaked too, right before that last blow. Just a little, just enough for the sound to worm its way into my memory. My brain, unhelpfully, replayed the moments in the classroom, like a highlight reel on an endless loop. The handle jerking, the entire frame shuddering, the blinds clattering against the narrow rectangle of glass. I heard Haley scream again, short and bright in the dark. Heard the sorrow in the man's voice when he muttered, "I am doing this for you." Heard that single name, softer than the rest, Lena. My chest tightened. I could almost feel the door an inch from my face again. My back pressed into the cool cabinets, my fingers digging into stained carpet. A car passed by outside, tires whispering against pavement. Its headlights swept briefly across my ceiling, stretching the shadows sideways before they snapped back into place. In the bathroom down the hall, someone turned the faucet on for a moment. The quick rush of water, then the squeak of the handle. When they shut it off, one of the pipes in my wall answered with 3 dull, spaced-out knocks. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm hit me like a physical jolt. For a heartbeat, my whole body went rigid, breath caught halfway in my throat. I stared at the wall, as if staring hard enough could turn plaster transparent. It was nothing. I knew that. Pipes knock. Houses settle. Old wood shifts. But the spacing, the weight of it, it was too close to the pounding on our classroom door. Not in volume, but in pattern, a distant cousin of that violence, echoing through my drywall. My heart thudded faster, palms going slick. Just the house, I whispered, breaking my own rule about staying quiet. My voice sounded too loud in the dark, so I dropped to a murmur. Just the house. The pipe stayed silent. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding, the air leaving my lungs in a shaky stream. My body took that as permission to unspool a bit. My shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch. My jaw unclenched. I was not in room 314. I was not pressed into a corner with 30 other bodies. There was no strip of hallway light under my door, no shadow cutting it in half. I was in my room. Posters on the walls, pile of clothes on the chair. The faint, familiar smell of laundry detergent and the gym bag I really should have emptied days ago. Safe, my parents would say. The word had shifted shape today, but it still clung to this space more stubbornly than it did anywhere else. I picked up my phone and turned it over, more for the comfort of the glow than to check anything specific. No new messages in our group chat. Lauren had dropped a skull emoji and "am passing out" an hour ago. Haley had gone quiet after sending a single final line. I keep thinking I hear him in the hall. The message sat there, a stark little admission on the screen, time-stamped and boxed in. I stared at it until the letters blurred, then locked my phone and set it down again. Downstairs, the TV flickered between channels. I heard the click, click, click of the remote as Dad surfed past the news, past a rerun of some crime show, finally landing on a sitcom laugh track that felt forced even from 2 rooms away. At one point, the muffled voice of a news anchor pushed through between channels, something about a local school incident and no injuries reported. The sound cut off so fast, I could almost see my mother's hand darting for the button. These things happen. You are safe. The official phrases had a rhythm to them, just like the pounding had. A different music, slicker, polished. They were meant to soothe, to tie loose ends into neat bows. The trouble was, every time I tried to wrap my experience in those words, it wriggled free. It did not fit. My mind kept snagging on the parts that did not appear in any email or phone call. The way the man had sounded less like a monster and more like a wounded animal when he said that name. The spiderweb crack in the office glass. The hollow, aching silence immediately after each blow. The official story cut the day into clean pieces. Before, incident, after. My body remembered it as a smear. Fear leaking into the ride home, seeping into the quiet of my bedroom, dripping into the spaces between knocks in the pipes. The house creaked again, a long, low groan as the frame settled deeper into its foundation. For a second, it sounded like a tired sigh. I lay there, listening, and had the strange thought that maybe buildings did remember, that maybe somewhere inside the walls of Westfield, in the metals and plaster and paint dust, the vibrations of his fists were still humming. That my bedroom, its own old bones full of a different history, was trying to tell me something in its clicks and taps and sighs. Or maybe it was just the normal noises of an old house at night, and my brain was painting ghosts over them because it did not know where else to put what it had felt. Either way, the result was the same. I listened to every small sound like it was a message. The heater cycled off. The fridge downstairs kicked on with a soft, distant buzz. A branch near my window brushed against the siding with a dry, scratching whisper. I closed my eyes and tried to match my breathing to something slower, steadier. In, 2, 3, out, 2, 3. Somewhere, faint, the pipes made one more noise. Not 3 taps this time, just a single, hollow knock, like a question that had lost its words. I let it pass through me, let it be what it was. If it is just the house, I thought, then maybe the house is allowed to talk. Sleep, when it finally came, did not feel like dropping off a cliff. It was more like being slowly wrapped in layers of thin fabric. Fear, memory, rumor, the hum of vents, the tick of the clock, until everything blurred. But under all of that, deep in the quiet part of my mind, the images waited. A door, a fist, a name breathed into the wood, and the uneasy sense that whatever had driven that man into our hallway had not ended just because the bell had rung and the sun had come out again. By the time the last teacher left and the final set of keys jingled toward the parking lot, Westfield High belonged to Miguel Ortega. He liked it best this way, when the corridors were empty and the building could stop pretending to be anything other than what it was. A maze of cinder block and tile held together by old wiring and older habits. Daytime belonged to the kids and the staff and the bright, buzzing chaos. Night belonged to the people who cleaned up what the day left behind. Miguel was in his mid-50s, with thinning hair under a faded cap and a lower back that liked to remind him of every year he had pushed a mop. His hands were calloused, his eyes tired, but there was a gentleness about the way he moved, as if he were careful not to wake something sleeping under the floors. His cart squeaked as usual. It always did, no matter how many times he oiled the wheels. The sound had become part of the building's nighttime language. Squeak, squeak. Pause. The soft slap of mop water against the bottom of the bucket. The quiet clink of spray bottles knocking together. Westfield at night was a different creature. The long hallways stretched out like veins through a dim body. Overhead, strips of fluorescent lights flickered in sections. Many turned off completely to save power, leaving islands of brightness surrounded by deep, humming shadow. Exit signs glowed a steady, unnatural red at every end, small rectangular hearts pulsing in the dark. With the students gone, every noise had room to expand. Each stroke of Miguel's mop echoed down the corridor, the wet swish bouncing off lockers and classroom doors. When he wrung the mop out, the crank of the wringer and the splash of dirty water in the bucket magnified themselves until they sounded like someone closing a faraway door. He knew all of it. He knew the way the pipes in the science wing liked to knock twice, wait, then groan, as if thinking better of saying more. He knew which section of the third-floor hallway floor would squeak underfoot, even though there was no visible damage. He knew that the vending machine near the gym hummed louder than the others, because its cooling fan had a bad bearing, and the district kept putting in work orders without ever really fixing it. Miguel talked to the building under his breath as he worked, the way some people talk to plants. "Come on, sweetheart," he would mutter when a door stuck, putting his shoulder into it until it gave with a low, reluctant moan. "Do not start that now. We have an understanding." When a classroom window slid open smoothly instead of fighting him, he would say, "That is more like it. Thank you." If a floor buffer refused to start, he cussed it out in Spanish, voice low and steady, like a disappointed uncle. On an ordinary night, the routine was simple: sweep, mop, empty trash, refill paper towels and soap, pick up the occasional forgotten sweatshirt or crumpled test. The building's noises formed a familiar backdrop, a soundtrack he barely noticed anymore. The night after the lockdown, the soundscape was wrong. Miguel knew it the moment he clocked in and stepped into the main hallway. The air felt thicker, heavier, as if the school had not fully exhaled from earlier. The floor still shone in streaks where students' shoes had scuffed it during the evacuation. A faint scent of sweat and panic clung to the walls, almost masking the usual lemon disinfectant. He rolled his cart out of the custodial closet and listened. The building was quiet, yes, but it was not his usual quiet. On most nights, the silence felt like rest, like a big animal lying down after a long day. Tonight, it felt like the seconds between two heartbeats. A pause, not an ending. He pushed the cart down the main corridor, wheels squeaking, his footsteps soft on the hard floor. The first few lights flicked on as he moved under them, motion sensors waking up slow, casting long, thin shadows on the locker doors. He passed the front office. Even in the low light, he could see the taped crack in the glass. The spiderweb pattern radiated around a fist-sized impact point, strips of clear tape crossing it like someone had tried to hold the broken pieces of a spider's web together with straight lines. Miguel slowed, cart rolling to a stop. "Cruel desastre," he murmured, touching two fingers to the brim of his cap in a small, private salute to the empty chair behind the desk. Miss Reynolds was not there, of course. She would not be back for a while, if the whispers in the staff lounge had been right. He tilted his head, listening. The office was dark and still. No phones ringing, no printers chattering, no rustle of papers. Just the faint buzz of a thermostat on the wall. That little constant hum of something working to keep the building within human tolerance. Miguel moved on. He had work to do. As he worked his way down the first hallway, mopping in long practice strokes, he found himself paying more attention than usual to the sounds the school made. The mop slid across tile with its usual wet hiss. The bucket wheels complained at every crack in the floor. Doors sighed when he opened them, clicked gently shut when he was done. But in between those familiar noises, there were gaps. Not just silence. He knew silence, but something sharper, like the building was listening back. In certain spots, the air seemed to hold its breath. Near room 314, for example. He paused outside that door longer than he normally would have. The paint near the hinges showed a new, hairline crack, its jagged path branching out from the metal plate like a white lightning bolt on beige. Tiny flecks of plaster dust still clung to the molding along the floor. If he closed his eyes, he could almost hear it. The echo of fists hitting wood, trapped in the fibers, reverberating long after the source had gone. He kept his eyes open. "Idiota," he muttered under his breath, meaning the man who had done this, not the door. What did this place ever do to you? The building did not answer, but the vent above his head clicked once, a small, hollow sound that might have been ductwork settling, might have been something else. Miguel worked his way through the wing methodically. Classroom by classroom, desk by desk, the motion soothed him. The hallway lights hummed overhead in broken lines, some on, some off, so that as he moved, he passed through alternating bands of brightness and shadow. Each time he emerged from a dark patch into a lit section, his reflection flashed briefly in the glass of a trophy case or a classroom window. A tired man in a faded uniform, pushing a squeaky cart, framed by the red glow of an exit sign at the far end. In the gym, his mop strokes echoed high and lonely, the sound climbing the bleachers and coming back thinner. In the cafeteria, the empty chairs looked like rows of open mouths turned toward him, their metal legs echoing faintly when he bumped one with his cart. He kept talking to the building as he went, maybe more than usual. "There you go," he said, when a stubborn trash bag came free without splitting. "See? We can still be friends." When his back twinged, lifting a heavy bin, he grunted and said, "You are going to miss me when I retire, you know," to the row of silent lockers watching him. The school, for its part, answered with squeaks and clicks and the occasional distant rumble of the HVAC starting another cycle. Still, that sense remained, as if some of the day's terror had congealed and stuck to the corners, refusing to be mopped away. In one hallway, near the back stairwell, where almost no students ever went unless they were lost or sneaking around, the feeling intensified. Miguel stopped there, letting the cart roll to a gentle halt. The light above flickered once, then steadied. It was quiet, really quiet. No air rushing from vents, no distant clanking of pipes, no echo of a door closing somewhere else. The usual hum had thinned out to almost nothing. It was the kind of stillness you hear in the seconds before thunder. He listened, head tilted slightly, breath shallow. He said after a moment, a non-committal sound that carried both acknowledgement and unease. "I know. You had a rough day." The building seemed to hold that breath a fraction longer, as if deciding whether to say more. Then a far-off compressor kicked to life, the sound traveling through the metal bones of the structure. A vent coughed back awake. Somewhere, a door settled in its frame with a soft, hollow thunk. The moment passed. Miguel started walking again, the squeak of his cart returning, mop handle knocking lightly against the side of the bucket. But as he turned the corner toward the back stairwell and the old storage closets beyond, he could not shake the feeling that he was not the only one paying attention tonight. Westfield High had always known his footsteps. Tonight, it felt like it was listening for someone else's too. By the time Miguel reached the science wing, the night had settled fully over the building. The classrooms there always felt a little colder after dark. Maybe it was the linoleum. Maybe it was the lingering smell of chemicals and old experiments. Maybe it was just in his head. Long black lab tables sat in neat rows behind locked doors, their surfaces catching thin reflections from the hallway lights. Skeleton models stood in the corners, just pale shapes behind glass, waiting for daylight and freshmen to notice them again. His cart squeaked along the corridor, wheels complaining at every crack. Above him, fluorescent tubes flickered in staggered formation. One light would hum steadily while the next buzzed and dimmed, like the ceiling was breathing unevenly. Far down the hall, the vending machines glowed softly, rectangles of bright color in the dark. Their compressors murmured, a low, continuous rumble that sounded like distant thunder trapped in metal. Every so often, one of them shuddered, letting out a little mechanical groan as if protesting the weight of all the sugar and salt it was hoarding. Miguel moved in his slow, steady rhythm. Sweep, mop, push, rinse, repeat. The motions had been worn into his muscles over the years, second nature now. But tonight, they did not lull him the way they usually did. His attention kept snagging on small things. The echo of his own footsteps, sharper than usual. The way sound seemed to die faster in certain stretches of hallway. Like the air, there was thicker. When he reached the intersection near the back stairwell, he paused. The stairwell was one of the older parts of the building. A concrete spine that ran from the basement up to the second floor. Students used it if they were in a hurry or trying to avoid a teacher. Otherwise, it stayed mostly empty. At night, it felt like a throat leading down into something the school did not like to talk about. He parked the cart near the top of the stairs and listened. Nothing obvious. No voices. No footsteps. No scraping. Just the soft hiss of air moving through vents and the faint, distant hum of machines. Still, the hairs on his arms stirred under his uniform sleeves. "Ya basta," he muttered to himself. "You're letting the kids' stories get in your head." He picked up his ring of keys. The storage closets down here did not see much use anymore. Most of the old equipment had been moved or thrown out over the years. But part of his job was to open them up once in a while, check for leaks or mice or anything else that might turn into a problem. The closest door sat at the end of a short hallway off the stairwell landing. No classroom doors, no windows, just 3 plain beige doors in a row. 2 utility rooms, and, at the very end, a narrow storage closet that had not held anything important in a long time. The fluorescent light above that little hallway flickered as he turned into it, taking its time to fully wake up. The edges of the walls and the floor seemed to ripple in and out of clarity as the tube buzzed and glowed. He stopped in front of the last door. Its metal handle was slightly colder than the others. It always had been, even in summer. Years ago, when he first started, one of the older custodians had joked that the closet at the end of the hall was where the building kept its bad memories. Miguel had laughed at the time. Now, in the half-light, the joke felt different. He slid the right key into the lock. The mechanism turned with a reluctant click, as if waking from a deep sleep. "Vamos," he said quietly, more to the door than to himself. "Open up." He pulled. The door stuck at first, its rubber seal adhering stubbornly to the frame. He had to put his shoulder into it, grunting, muscles twinging in his back. Then, with a low, tearing sound, it came free, swinging inward a few inches. Darkness waited inside. The hallway light only reached so far, spilling a narrow wedge of pale glow across the threshold before dissolving into black. The air that slipped out was cooler than the hall, and it carried a smell that made Miguel's nose wrinkle. Sweat. Old, stale cigarette smoke. Something sour underneath, like clothes that had been soaked in rain and never properly dried. Not a smell a sealed closet should have. He let the door hang partially open and reached for the flashlight clipped to his belt. It was a heavy thing, more metal than plastic, the kind they bought in bulk years ago. He thumbed the switch. The beam cut through the dark in a sharp white column, dust motes spinning lazily in its path. Miguel angled the light low first, checking for the usual surprises. Puddles, chewed cardboard, glinting mouse eyes. The concrete floor near the door was clear, if a little grimy. A few boxes loomed at the edges, their labels faded. An old rolling chair with a torn seat sat listing in one corner. Then he moved the beam farther in. At the back of the closet, just beyond where the hallway light died completely, lay a shape he had not expected. A man. He was curled on his side on the bare concrete, one arm tucked close to his chest, the other flung out slightly, fingers resting near the wall. His jacket, a thick, dark thing, was smeared with dirt and something that looked like dried mud. His pants were worn at the knees, maybe once blue, now closer to the color of old dishwater. His shoes were off. They sat neatly against the wall a few feet away from his bare feet, soles turned toward the door, as if waiting to be slipped back on. For one suspended second, Miguel's brain refused to make sense of it. People did not belong here. Boxes, spare desks, retired projectors, yes, not people. Not in this forgotten little pocket at the end of the hall. He tightened his grip on the flashlight. The beam slid up, catching the man's face. Eyes closed, skin pale under the stubble, lips slightly parted, a faint shadow of dark circles under his eyes. The stillness of him was wrong, too complete. Miguel's first thought was corpse. His heart gave a hard, ugly thump, the sound of it loud in his own ears. For a moment, the entire building seemed to shrink around that one possibility. He stood in the doorway, half in light, half in shadow, staring at the figure on the floor. The smell, sweat and stale smoke and sour fabric, seemed to thicken, coating the back of his throat. "Señor," he said, voice rougher than usual. "Oiga." No response. He swallowed. His mouth felt dry. "Hey," he tried again, louder now, the word echoing off the close walls. "Sir." The man did not move. Miguel took one step into the closet. The concrete floor cooled through the soles of his shoes. The beam of the flashlight shook slightly as he brought it closer to the man's face. "Come on," he muttered, half prayer, half command. "Do not do this to me." He watched the man's chest. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then, barely there at first, a small rise. The fabric of the filthy jacket lifted and fell in a slow, uneven breath. Miguel let out a breath of his own he had not realized he was holding. His shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch. Alive then, just deeply, deeply asleep, or passed out. He moved the light back up to the man's face, and as the beam hit his closed eyelids, something in the man flinched. His eyebrows twitched together. His lips pressed tighter. Then his eyes snapped open. They were bloodshot, whites threaded with red, pupils dilated wide in the sudden glare. For one long second, they seemed unfocused, sliding past Miguel, trying to latch onto the world that had yanked them out of whatever dark place he had been in. When they did fix, when they locked onto Miguel's face in the harsh circle of light, it was like watching a lens click into focus. Miguel's skin went cold. He knew that face. Not in the way you know someone you see every day, but in the way you remember a photograph you have walked past too many times in a hallway. 5, maybe 6 years earlier, there had been a printout tacked to the bulletin board in the custodial break room. A news article someone had brought in. The paper had yellowed at the edges over time, curling slightly, the ink smudging in spots from fingers and humidity. A school bus on its side in a ditch, headlights broken, emergency lights flashing. Headline about a tragic accident on a rainy morning. Words like district negligence and lawsuit sprinkled among the paragraphs. And in the middle, slightly to the right, a photo. A little girl in a soccer uniform, grinning at the camera like she did not know the world could be anything but fair. Below, a smaller picture of a man standing outside a courthouse, jaw clenched, eyes hollow but burning. Reporters' microphones thrust toward him like weapons. Miguel had seen that face every time he poured himself coffee or microwaved leftovers during the months the article stayed up. It had been a cautionary tale for some, a lesson in liability for others. For Miguel, back then, it had been a distant tragedy attached to a stranger. Now that same face stared up at him from the floor of a storage closet at Westfield High. Older, yes, more worn around the edges, the stubble thicker, the hair thinner, the lines around the mouth cut deeper, but the bones were the same. The eyes were the same, a furious, exhausted kind of empty. A father whose daughter had died on a bus owned by the same district that owned this school. Miguel felt a chill trace a path down his spine, not the kind that came from cold air, but the kind that came from something in the world suddenly lining up in a way you wished it would not. He did not remember all the details of the article, the date of the accident, the exact road, the settlement that may or may not have happened later. He remembered enough. The man blinked slowly against the light, hand twitching as if he might lift it to shield his face. His lips moved, forming words too quiet to catch over the sound of Miguel's heartbeat in his own ears. For a moment, standing half in the hallway and half in that cramped, rancid dark, Miguel had the unnerving sense that the building itself was watching with him, that somewhere behind the cinder block and wiring and pipes, the memory of that bus crash, of that little girl, of this man outside the courthouse, had sunk into the district's bones. And now, somehow, it had crawled its way here to the closet at the end of the hall. Miguel's grip slipped. It was not dramatic. His hand just twitched. The flashlight dipped a fraction lower, and his heel caught on something on the floor. Maybe a crack in the concrete, maybe nothing at all. He half stumbled backward, shoulder clipping the doorframe. The flashlight swung wide, its beam slicing across the cramped closet and out into the dim hallway. Behind him, his cart, parked a little too close, took the bump. The mop handles rattled like bones in a tin can, plastic tips clacking loudly against the edge. A spray bottle tipped over and hit the metal side with a sharp, ringing clang that punched a hole in the quiet. The sound exploded down the corridor. It was a small noise, really, in any other context. But here, in this narrow vein of the building, at this hour, it might as well have been a gunshot. The man on the floor flinched hard. For a split second, his face contorted, eyes squinting against the light, jaw clenching. His fingers dug into the concrete as if trying to grab hold of something that was not there. Then he moved, not toward Miguel, past him. He uncoiled from the ground with a sudden, desperate energy that did not match the exhaustion etched into his features. In one motion he rolled, planted his bare feet, and lunged. Miguel did not even have time to step fully aside. The man burst forward out of the closet and into the narrow hallway like the building had spat him out. His shoulder brushed Miguel's chest hard enough to knock the air from his lungs, and Miguel stumbled sideways, pinning his own hand against the door with the flashlight. The beam whipped around, painting wild arcs across cinder block and floor, and the man's fleeing back. He was fast, faster than a man who looked that tired should have been. His jacket flapped open as he ran, the hem swinging. For a heartbeat, in that chaotic swing of light and shadow, Miguel saw something under the fabric, a heavy, blocky shape dragging the material down on one side. Not smooth like a phone, or bulky like a wallet. The outline was wrong. Hard angles in the wrong places. His mind, primed by headlines, supplied a word before he could stop it. Revolver. For all he knew, it could have been something else. Metal tools, some chunk of scrap, anything. The glimpse was too fast, too fractured by the movement and the jitter of his own hand. But the image seared itself into Miguel's brain anyway. The weighty sag of that pocket, the way it pulled the jacket down with a kind of grim certainty. Bare feet slapped against the tile, loud and wet sounding in the quiet. The man scooped up his shoes with one hand as he went, a stumbling, practiced gesture, and kept moving, clutching them by the laces. "Mira! Oye!" Miguel shouted, voice cracking as he pushed himself off the door. "Sir, stop!" The man did not slow down. He bolted past the stairwell door without even glancing at it, heading instead straight down the long hallway that led to the rear exit. His gait was uneven, one leg dragging slightly, but momentum carried him. The fluorescent lights above flicked on in delayed succession as the motion sensors caught him. Dark, then bright, then dark again, his figure appearing and vanishing in a stuttering sequence. For a few surreal seconds, it looked like he was a series of still images instead of a continuous person. The building itself unsure whether to admit he was really there. Miguel took a few steps after him on instinct, but his knees barked and his lungs reminded him there were limits to what a man his age could sprint after at midnight. He slowed, one hand pressed to his chest, as he watched the man's back disappear into the brighter section near the end of the corridor. The red exit sign above the final door glowed like a warning. The man hit the bar with his shoulder. The door burst open with a hollow boom, slamming into the outside brick with a force that sent a tremor down the hallway. Cold night air rushed in, sharp, damp, tinged with exhaust and wet grass. It cut through the school's recycled warmth, a sudden biting draft that raised goosebumps on Miguel's arms. For a heartbeat, silhouetted against the darkness beyond, the man looked like a cutout. Jacket shadow, wild hair, bare feet lifted for the next step. Then he was gone. The door rebounded, slamming shut again with a metallic clang that rang through the bone of the hallway like a struck bell. The sound echoed and faded, leaving only the humming lights and Miguel's own breathing. He stood there, hand braced on the cool cinder block, chest heaving. The flashlight hung loosely from his fingers now, its beam aimed at the floor. He waited for the follow-up, the shouted commands, the pounding footsteps of security or police down the hall, someone yelling, "Stop!" from outside. Nothing came. For several seconds, the building did what it had done earlier that day. It held its breath. Then the overhead vents cleared their throats with a soft cough. The vending machine at the far end of the hall hummed a little louder. The fluorescent tube near the stairwell flickered and steadied. Westfield High resumed its usual imitation of calm. Miguel exhaled, the sound shaky. His knees decided they had had enough and sent a sharp complaint up his thighs. He leaned back against the wall and slid down until he was sitting on the tile, his spine pressed to the cool concrete. "Dios mío," he whispered. His heart hammered against his ribs as if trying to punch its way out. His palms were slick. The smell of sweat and stale smoke still clung to his nostrils, ghosting after the man's absence. After a minute that felt longer, he pushed himself back to his feet and went to the rear exit. He cracked the door just enough to peer out. The night beyond was empty. The parking lot, lay in its usual patchwork of sodium lamp glow and shadow. Painted lines stretching across asphalt like faint scars. Far off, near the street, a car's headlights glided by. Detached from any visible body, just two moving points of white. No figure running, no barefoot silhouette. He let the door ease shut again, latch clicking softly into place. He should call someone. Of course he should. His radio felt heavier than usual on his belt as he unclipped it and raised it to his mouth. This is Miguel in the South Hall," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. We had someone in one of the back storage closets. I tried to stop him, but he ran out the rear exit. Long gone now." The response crackled in his ear a moment later. First, the familiar voice of the on-site security guard, then another voice layered over it that made his shoulders tense. A police officer who had stayed behind to ensure campus safety overnight. "Did you get a look at him?" the officer asked. Miguel pictured the man's face again, older now than in the photo, but the same jaw, the same eyes that looked like burned-out coals. "Yes," he said slowly. "White guy, maybe late 40s, early 50s. Dark jacket, no shoes when he ran. Was he armed?" The question sat between them, buzzing faintly through the radio. Miguel saw again that swinging jacket hem, that heavy shape dragging the fabric down. He heard the dean's recorded voice in his head. No confirmed weapon. He saw the email on the staff computers, the calm sentence about a distressed individual, and no ongoing threat. He could tell them what he thought he saw. He could put that word, gun, into the night, and then it would not be just his anymore. It would belong to the rumor mill, to lawyers, to panicked parents, to news anchors hungry for a new angle. He was not sure, not completely. The glimpse had been too quick, the light too shaky. He thought about Ms. Reynolds' cracked glass, about the door to 314 shuddering in its frame. His voice came out quieter than he intended. "I do not know," he said. "I did not see anything for sure. He had a big coat. Could have been anything." Static hissed for a second. Then the officer said, "All right, we will take a look around the perimeter, but if he is already off school grounds, there is not much we can do tonight. Lock that exit and stay inside. We will file it as a possible trespasser." Possible. The word felt thin. By the time they walked the property, shining flashlights across grass and asphalt, the man was nowhere to be found. No fresh footprints in the patch of flower bed by the door. No dropped belongings. No sign of a barefoot trail toward the street. He was gone. Like a ghost that had slipped out through a crack in the building where no one was looking. The official story made its circuit the next day. Passed quietly to staff in break rooms and department meetings, security had encountered signs that the individual from the lockdown had possibly re-entered the building later that night. There was no evidence of a weapon. The person was presumed unarmed, but highly distressed. Staff were reminded to ensure all doors were locked at the end of the day. Probably unarmed, just disturbed. Miguel listened and kept his mouth shut about the weight he thought he had seen in that pocket. He did not mention the recognition either. How do you tell people that a ghost from the district's past had lain sleeping in your storage closet? That a man whose rage had once been captured in a grainy news photo outside a courthouse had come to lodge himself in the dark corners of your school? So he said nothing. He mopped the floors. He emptied the trash. He pushed his squeaking cart up and down the hallways and tried to let the rhythm of the work smooth out the jagged edges in his head. Still, the man's face followed him. Days later, when the panic had cooled into a more manageable unease, and the school had settled back into a shaky version of normal, Miguel found himself in the custodial office looking for an old work order. The room was small, lined with mismatched filing cabinets and crooked shelves holding boxes of supplies. A bulletin board took up one wall, bristling with outdated memos, faded safety posters, and notes written in rushed handwriting. One of the older filing cabinets stuck whenever you tried to open the bottom drawer. Miguel tugged at it, cursed gently under his breath when it jammed, and put more force into it than was wise. The drawer jerked free with a screech, and a few loose papers slid out from the top, fluttering down behind the cabinet in a slow-motion drift. Perfect, he sighed. He set his hand on the metal and heaved, dragging the whole cabinet forward a few inches so he could reach behind it. Dust rose in a faint cloud, tickling his nose. He reached down, fingers brushing cardboard, then paper. He pulled out a handful of old printouts, their edges curled, corners soft. Most were nothing. Retired schedules, a dated flyer for some long-past staff luncheon. One sheet, though, stopped him. The paper had yellowed, the ink faded, but he recognized the layout instantly. A news clipping. The photo of the overturned bus was smaller than he remembered, but it was there. The vehicle on its side in a muddy ditch, emergency lights flashing in the background. The headline above mentioned a bus crash, 3 injuries, 1 fatality. Beneath it, there was the picture he had been chasing in his memory ever since the night in the closet. A man outside the courthouse steps, shoulders squared, mouth a hard line, eyes staring into the middle distance as microphones crowded his space. The name under the caption, Lena Harrow's father speaks out after district denies negligence. Miguel stared at the photo, heart thudding in a slow, heavy rhythm. Same eyes, same jaw. Older now, more frayed around the edges when he had seen him on the floor, but undeniably the same man. He traced the letters of the girl's name with one rough thumb. Lena. The sound of it echoed faintly in his mind, overlapping with another memory. A low, cracked voice on the other side of a classroom door, muttering something between blows. I am doing this for you. Miguel folded the clipping carefully, the paper fragile under his fingers. He did not pin it back up on the bulletin board. He slipped it into the back of a drawer instead, behind a stack of supply invoices, where no one would notice it unless they went looking. The district would keep its official phrases. The emails would keep saying, distressed individual. Most people would move on, filing the lockdown away under scary things that happened once. But Miguel knew better. The man in the closet was not just a random ghost who had wandered into their halls. He was something the school and the people who ran it had made a long time ago, and then tried very hard to forget. The name did not stay at school. It came home with Ethan and sat in the quiet places. Lena. It followed him down the hallway when he left for the day. It rode the bus with him, vibrating along with the windows as they rattled over potholes. It stood in the corner of his bedroom at night, weightless but heavy, like a shadow he could not line up with anything real. He had heard it once, maybe twice, muttered through wood and paint between the slam of fists. It should have been forgettable, swallowed by the bigger, louder parts of that day. But his brain had latched onto it like a burr, the syllables snagging every time his thoughts tried to move past. Lena. At first, he tried to treat it like everything else his mind replayed. something that would fade with enough time and distraction. For a while, he even pretended it had. School tumbled back into motion. There were quizzes again, and homework, and the low-level churn of drama that had nothing to do with locked doors or pounding fists. The lockdown slid into the background noise of their shared history, turning into a story that people gestured with more than felt. But the name stayed sharp. It would surface at random times. In history class, when the teacher wrote Lenin on the board, his brain misread it and his chest tightened. In English, when someone mentioned the word lilt, his mind quietly tried to rearrange letters until it got something close. At night, in his room, with the lights off and the heater kicking on in the basement, he would hear the pipes knock in their slow, uneven rhythm and think, stupidly, tap, 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 like someone knocking 3 times on a door that would not open. He told himself it was just his brain trying to give shape to something shapeless, to make a story out of a random piece of sound. It did not feel random. A couple of weeks after the lockdown, when the school had stopped smelling like fear and started smelling like disinfectant and spring rain again, he started asking questions, quietly. He did not march into the office and demand answers. He just tested the waters, the way you might test the temperature of a pool with one bare foot. He started with the teachers who had clearly been around longer than most of the student body had been alive. The ones with old framed photos of past classes on their walls, their hairstyles shifting decade by decade. The ones who still called the computer lab the media center and occasionally mentioned the time before smartboards. "Hey," he asked his English teacher one afternoon as kids filed out, "have you ever heard of someone named Lena who went here?" She was stacking papers on her desk, eyes skimming the top sheet. At the sound of the name, her fingers paused for half a second, just long enough for his stomach to notice. Then she smiled, the expression polite and automatic. "We have had a lot of students over the years, Ethan. You are going to have to give me more than a first name." He opened his mouth, then shut it again. How was he supposed to explain that he had only heard it once through a door, spoken by a man who might have been trying to break in? "Never mind," he said, "just curious." She watched him a second too long as he turned to leave. In the cafeteria line the next day, he tried with one of the lunch ladies, Mrs. Patel, who had been handing out mashed potatoes since his older cousin went to Westfield. She handed him his tray and said, "Gravy?" "Sure," he said, then blurted, "Do you remember a girl named Lena from a few years ago?" Mrs. Patel's ladle hovered over the potatoes. "Lena?" she repeated. "We have had a few Lenas, I think. Or maybe that was Lena. I do not know, sweetheart. Too many kids, not enough brain space." The gravy landed on his tray with a wet plop. He tried again with a guidance counselor, this time being more vague. "Did anything really bad ever happen here? Like before our year?" The counselor smiled that professional, composed smile they all seem to practice in front of mirrors. "High school can feel really overwhelming," she said instead of answering. "But you are safe here. If you are having anxiety about the lockdown, we can talk about coping strategies." He thanked her and left without making an appointment. The more he asked, the more he noticed it. The way some adults' faces tightened just a fraction when he pushed. The way the air in the room seemed to thicken, like he had stepped too close to a closed door. One day, there was an older substitute in his history class, filling in for a teacher on maternity leave. She had that retired but still working look about her. Gray hair in a loose bun, cardigan with little embroidered flowers, reading glasses perched halfway down her nose. She did not bother pretending to know the lesson plan. Instead, she gave them a packet and then sat at the front of the room, grading something from another school, pen tapping steadily. Ethan finished early. The room was quiet, the fluorescent lights buzzing in the way he had learned to tune out. He found himself looking at her, the deep lines at the corners of her mouth, the school ID badge clipped to her collar, old picture with a younger face. "Excuse me," he said. She glanced up. "Yes? You have worked here for a long time?" he asked. Her mouth quirked. "Long enough to have seen the first round of those chairs break, yes." "Do you remember?" He hesitated, then pressed on. "A student named Lena? Or a story about someone named Lena connected to the school?" The tapping of her pen stopped. For a second, something moved behind her eyes. Some quick flicker, like a shadow crossing in front of a light. Then she looked back down at her papers. When she spoke, her voice had a different weight. "Some names," she said quietly, "belong to things we try not to bring back up." He waited, hoping she would say more. She did not. The phrase lodged itself beside the name in his head. Some names belong to things we try not to bring back up. At home, where the only adults were his parents, and they had already chosen their version of the story, he turned to the one place that was built to keep every story forever, the internet. Late at night, after homework and after his parents had gone to bed, he sat at his desk with the lights off, the only illumination coming from the blue-white glow of his computer screen. The room felt smaller in that light, the walls closer, the shadows sharper. His mouse made soft, precise clicks as he worked through the local paper's online archive. The search bar at the top looked weirdly innocent for something that could pull dead people back out of time. He typed, "Lena, plus, Westfield, plus school, enter." Results rolled down the screen. Most were irrelevant. Mentions of a Lena in community theater reviews, a retired teacher named Helena in a list of honorees, an advertisement for a bakery with a woman named Lena in the photo. He narrowed the dates, dragging the slider back 5, 6, 7 years. The computer fan hummed steadily under the desk, a low, soothing whir that almost matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. Somewhere in the bathroom down the hall, the leaky faucet started its nightly drip. Drip, drip, drip. The sound slipped in under the hum of the fan, forming an accidental 3-beat pattern that made his skin prickle. He tried another combination. Lena, pause, accident, plus Mosh District. The stories changed. There were articles about car crashes, sports injuries, a tragic boating accident at the lake 2 towns over. But one headline made his fingers still on the mouse. Local girl, 12, killed in school bus crash. His cursor hovered over it. Click. The article opened slowly, the computer thinking about it longer than he liked. The fan kicked up a notch, the hum deepening. The faucet in the hall kept its lazy drip. The story loaded in pieces. Headline first, then a grainy photo of a bus on its side in a muddy ditch. Emergency vehicles clustered around it like concerned insects. He stared at it, breath shallow. Words formed underneath. A rainy morning. A bus skid. 1 fatality. 3 serious injuries. An investigation into whether the district had ignored maintenance requests. A quote from a grieving parent whose name looked jagged even in typed letters. Harrow. The girl's name, Lena Harrow. He read it 3 times. The letters refused to soften. His heartbeat thudded harder now, loud in his ears, tripping over the steady click, click, drip of the house. He scrolled down. The second photo hit him harder. A man standing on courthouse steps, older than Ethan's dad, younger than some of the teachers. Dark jacket, shoulders squared, like he was holding himself up through sheer stubbornness. Jaw clenched. Eyes burned out and furious, staring just past the camera. Lena's father. Even from a screen, even years removed, there was something about those eyes that made Ethan's stomach twist. He had seen them before. Not clearly, not in the closet, not like Miguel had, but through a memory. The man on the bench outside the office, head bowed, fingers knotted together. The brief moment when he had lifted his gaze and their eyes had met through glass. That burned out look, that focus that did not quite land on the present moment. He leaned closer to the screen until the pixels blurred, until the man's face turned into a mosaic of light and color. Behind him, the house continued its nightly song. Drip, drip, drip. His mouse clicked again, opening another tab, another article, another small window, into a tragedy the district had clearly tried very hard to phrase correctly. Distressed individual. No confirmed weapon. Students were safe at all times. But now, layered under the official language, another set of facts whispered their way in. A girl named Lena Harrow, a bus crash, a father whose grief had been frozen in newsprint, and years later, a voice outside a classroom door, pounding and breaking and saying, "I am doing this for you." The article did not look like much. Just a rectangle of text on a plain white page, a faded photo wedged in between paragraphs, a date in small gray letters that said this had happened 5 years ago on a Thursday. For a moment, Ethan just stared at that date. He tried to line it up with his own life. 5 years ago, he had been 12, 7th grade. He had probably been worrying about some math test, or whether his hair looked stupid, or if anyone would notice he had worn the same hoodie twice in 1 week. Somewhere in the same district, on a rain-slick road he had never seen, a bus had not finished its route. The headline was simple: local girl, 12, killed in school bus crash. He started reading. The words were bland in the way news writing often was, but if he read slowly enough, the horror leaked out from between them. Early morning rain. A back road, widely considered hazardous by parents who had complained for years. A driver who had reported issues with the brakes several times over the past month. A schedule that did not allow time for alternate routes. The bus had hit a curve too fast on wet asphalt. The tires had lost their grip. The vehicle had slid, tried to correct, then tipped. He could see it in his head as he moved down the lines. Gray sky pressing below. Wipers smearing water back and forth in frantic arcs. Kids in bright backpacks and damp sneakers, half awake, half talking. The bus filled with the murmur of voices and the occasional sharp laugh. Then the wrong kind of silence as the skid began. The article said the driver was unable to regain control. Ethan's mind translated it into sensory pieces. The squeal of brakes that did not catch. The sick, weightless moment as the bus left its intended path. The high, trapped screams that burst out of kids who did not understand what was happening yet. Only that the world had tilted and was not supposed to. The article mentioned a loud crunch as the bus came to rest. That bland phrase painted over something louder in his imagination. The tearing of metal, glass exploding in a spray, the deep final sound of something heavy meeting earth in the wrong way. Then, for at least one person inside, nothing. Lena Harrow, age 12, declared dead at the scene. Her name sat there in the middle of the paragraph, smaller than it felt. He scrolled a little more, hands clammy on the mouse. There was a quote from a district spokesperson. "Our thoughts and prayers are with the family at this difficult time. We are cooperating fully with the investigation." There were quotes from parents who had begged the district to reroute the bus for years. "We told them that road was dangerous," one said. They said there was no budget for changing the route. And there was another quote, further down, from Lena's father. He said the words outside a hospital. The article explained, then repeated them later on the courthouse steps. They knew. He had told the cameras. They knew, and they did nothing. My daughter died because for them, it was easier to ignore the problem. Reading the line, Ethan could hear the echo of something else layered underneath. "I know you're hiding." He had always heard those hallway words as random rage, the way a stranger might spit at anyone in reach. Now, with the bus crash laid out in clinical sentences in front of him, they tilted. "You are hiding. You knew. You did nothing." He scrolled back up to the photo. The first picture showed the bus at rest on its side, one wheel still spinning in a blur, rain streaking down the lens. Emergency workers in reflective jackets surrounded it, their faces blurred by distance. The second photo was smaller. A girl in a soccer jersey, hair pulled back in a ponytail, grinning at the camera with a mouthful of teeth that still looked a little too big for her face. A number printed on her shirt, grass behind her, sun on her shoulders. Lena. In the shallow depth of field behind her, there was a figure, blurry, out of focus, half out of frame. An adult in a jacket, standing at the edge of the field, turned toward her. The caption did not mention him. It just said, "Lena Harrow, 12, was killed in Thursday's crash." But Ethan could not unsee the faint outline of that figure in the background, watching. He clicked to the next article. This one was about a school board meeting a few weeks later, where angry parents had packed the room, demanding answers. There was a sentence about a grieving father escorted out by security after yelling accusations at district officials. The pieces slotted into place, slowly, like a cruel puzzle. A father whose daughter died on a district bus. A district that wrote careful sentences about thoughts and prayers and investigations. Years passing, settlements, maybe. Internal memos, quiet commitments to improved safety protocols. But grief did not sign paperwork and go home. If the crash had happened 5 years ago, Lena would have been around 12 then. Ethan, now 17, could do the math. The father in the photo would be middle-aged by now, hair thinner, lines deeper. The man on the bench outside the office. He saw him again in his memory, sitting with his head bowed, hands clasped, jacket hanging wrong. Then saw him again in another memory, half imagined, slamming his fists into the door of 314, shouting until his voice shredded. "I know you're hiding." When Ethan had crouched in the dark listening, those words had landed like a strange, unfocused threat. Hiding where? Hiding what? Now they sounded like something else. A man yelling at a system that had turned itself into brick and paint and fluorescent light. You hid the reports. You hid the truth. You hid behind procedures and emails and phrases like distressed individual. He imagined that name in the man's mouth, the way he had heard it between blows. Lena, said softly, almost apologetically, like someone speaking to a photo they kept in their wallet. "I am doing this for you." The horror did not vanish with this realization. It shifted. Ethan still felt his stomach knot when he thought about the pounding on the door, the frame shaking, Haley's scream puncturing the darkness. He still woke some nights, with his heart racing for no reason his body could name. But now, layered over that fear, something else started to take shape. Pity was too small a word for it. It was more like standing at the edge of a deep hole and realizing it was not just empty space, but the shape of someone else's absence. He tried to imagine what 5 years of that kind of grief would feel like. First, the raw days. Hospitals, funerals, news cameras. Then the colder days. Lawyers, meetings, the slow, grinding process of trying to make people who signed forms admit they had failed. After that, the quiet days, when everyone else went back to work and school and dinner, and you were left alone with a bedroom that still smelled like your kid, trophies on a shelf, a backpack hanging on a chair that would never be used again. 5 years of mornings waking up and remembering all over again that she was not there. 5 years of walking past buses and schools and district offices that kept functioning as if nothing had happened, even if they had changed their routes and fixed their brakes and added new safety language to their handbooks. The screech of wet brakes he heard in his head now was not from his own experience. It was an imagined sound, borrowed from the article's description and colored in by every movie he had ever seen where cars crashed. But it felt real enough to raise goosebumps on his arms. Screech, a failed grab for friction, crunch, metal folding, glass shattering, bodies thrown sideways, then children screaming. Then for one child, nothing. The article said the bus had gone silent within minutes of the crash as emergency workers arrived. That phrase hung in his mind. He pictured that silence spreading outward over time, out past the crash site, out past the district offices, out past courtrooms and meeting rooms and carefully worded emails, until it was heavy enough that one man, 5 years later, could not hold it anymore. "I know you're hiding." The shout replayed with a different weight now. It was still terrifying, still full of danger, but Ethan could not hear it anymore, without also hearing what might be underneath. You hid her. You hid what you did. You made this place look clean and safe while she lay in the ground. He sat back in his chair, fingers slack on the mouse, eyes unfocused on the screen. The blue-white light painted his face the same color as the district spokesman's in the photos. Cool, distant, flattened into pixels. He thought of Westfield as he saw it every morning. Bright halls, posters with motivational slogans. The smell of floor cleaner and cafeteria food and too many bodies. Teachers making jokes about tests. And then he thought of Westfield, the way the man might see it. Not as a second home, but as the physical embodiment of everyone who had signed their name on forms and then looked away. It was still horrific that he had come into their hallways, that he had hit their doors, that he had screamed those words outside a room full of kids who had nothing to do with his loss. But now, horror came with a knot of something harder to sit with than fear. The uneasy knowledge that buildings could be witnesses to both kinds of suffering. The kind that happened fast, in the span of a few minutes of pounding on a door, and the kind that stretched out, slow and corrosive, over years of wet roads and warnings and maybe later, and we do not have the budget. The imagined screech of brakes faded in his mind, leaving behind a ringing silence. In that silence, for the first time, Ethan felt less like someone who had simply been attacked by a stranger, and more like someone who had accidentally overheard a conversation he was never meant to understand. Ethan did not plan on being at school after dark. It just happened that way. A missed quiz in chemistry, a lab he had been absent for during the week of the lockdown. His teacher had finally cornered him with a look that said there were only so many extensions she could give. So here he was on a Thursday evening, sitting in a mostly empty classroom while the sky outside the windows bled slowly from blue to purple. The room felt different at that hour. No murmur of other classes bleeding through the walls. No slam of lockers between periods. Just the scratch of his pen on paper, the faint buzz of the overhead lights, the occasional car sliding past outside with a muted whoosh. When he finished, his answers looked blurrier than they should have. He handed the packet in anyway, accepting his teacher's half-distracted smile and thank you, as if it were happening to someone else. "Head out the side door by the science wing," she said, already stacking papers. "Most of the front offices are closed up. Custodians will let you out if anything is locked." The hallway waiting outside the classroom door was a thinner version of the one he knew. Every other light was off to save power, leaving long stretches of dimness broken by islands of harsh fluorescent glow. The lockers, which always looked overwhelming and loud when the building was full, now stood in silent ranks, their painted doors catching narrow strips of light. Some classroom doors were propped open, showing empty desks and the pale rectangles where projectors had shone all day. Others were closed, narrow windows dark, blinds drawn. Somewhere distant, a vacuum cleaner whined, the sound rising and falling as it moved over carpet. A cart squeaked, wheels complaining rhythmically. Metal clinked, a mop handle, a bucket, something settling. The school at night did not roar. It murmured. Ethan walked more slowly than usual, his sneakers making soft sounds on the tile. His backpack felt heavier than it should have, even though it only held a notebook and a calculator. The building smelled different too, less like sweat and cafeteria grease, more like cleaning solution and that wet dust scent that came when the weather could not decide if it wanted to rain. He passed the junction where the main hallway split toward the gym and the science wing. Ahead, a custodian pushed a cart, head down, earbuds in, mop propped against his shoulder. The man's silhouette was familiar, stooped slightly, moving slow, but steady. Miguel Ortega, though Ethan only knew his name because Lauren had once needed to find someone to unlock the art room. Ethan lifted a hand in a half wave he did not expect to be seen. Miguel did not look up, just kept moving, cart wheels squeaking. He turned toward the science wing, the air cooling a degree as he did. That part of the school always seemed to hold onto the day's chill longer than anywhere else, as if the concrete there was thicker. The back stairwell waited at the far end. He had never had a reason to pay attention to it before. It was just one of those features that existed. A concrete stair tower with a metal door, used by kids in a hurry, or the ones who knew all the shortcuts. Now, as he walked, he found his eyes drawn to it, the way a bruise attracts your touch, even when you know it will hurt. The lights near the stairwell were weaker, one fluorescent tube flickering with that tired, intermittent buzz. The shadows in that corner of the building had edges. The air felt colder there, enough that he felt a thin shiver run along his arms under his hoodie. He slowed without meaning to, footsteps quieting. This was where the man had run, if Miguel's version of the story, which he had heard only in fragments, secondhand, rumors about a night custodian and a second incident after the lockdown, was true. The back hall, the exit, the closet near the stairwell. Ethan did not know which door, not exactly, but he knew it was somewhere in that short stretch of corridor that felt just a little more hushed than the rest. He was almost past when it happened. 3 soft knocks. They did not come from the stairwell door itself, exactly. More from somewhere beyond it, inside the wall or under the floor, as if the building had bones that were knocking on each other. Tap, tap, tap. They were not loud, not like fists on a classroom door. They sounded more like the hesitant testing of knuckles against old wood. But in the thin, half-lit silence of that hallway, they might as well have been thunder. Ethan froze. Every muscle in his body went rigid, his foot hanging a fraction off the ground where he had meant to take another step. His breath stuttered in his chest, catching halfway in. His brain scrambled for rational explanations. Pipes. It is just the pipes. Old buildings have pipes that knock. It is probably someone turning a faucet on somewhere, or the heating, or the cooling, or some other invisible system doing what it always did. Or you are hearing things, he thought, feeling sweat break out on his palms. You have trained your brain to expect that pattern. You have been listening for it in your own house. You are making it up. The silence that followed felt thick. No more knocks. The fluorescent light above him buzzed weakly, flickering once before settling back into an uneasy glow. Farther down the hall, the vacuum cleaner whined on, oblivious. A door closed with a soft, hollow sound somewhere out of sight. Ethan realized he was still holding that half breath. He let it out slowly, the air leaving his lungs in a shaky stream. Pipes, he whispered under his breath, because putting the word into the air made it feel slightly more real. Just pipes. He turned, intending to keep walking, to put this hallway behind him, to get to the side exit and out into the open parking lot where the only things that knocked were car doors and his own heartbeat. He took one step. Then he saw Miguel. The custodian stood at the far end of the hallway, near where the corridor bent back toward the main building. His cart was parked beside him, mop leaning at an angle. He was not moving. He was watching Ethan. The expression on his face was not surprised, not annoyed that some kid was lingering after hours, just tired. A knowing sort of tired, the kind that came from staying in the same place long enough to see patterns repeat. For a second, Ethan thought maybe he had imagined the knocks again, and Miguel was just looking down the hall by coincidence. But there was something in the way the older man's gaze flicked from Ethan to the wall by the stairwell and back that made his skin prickle. They regarded each other across the distance, the building humming quietly around them. Miguel picked up his cart handle, rolled it a few steps closer, the squeak of the wheels stretching out in the thin air. He stopped when he was halfway between Ethan and the corner. Not too close, not too far. "You working late, mijo?" he called softly, voice carrying just enough to reach. "Makeup test," Ethan said. His own voice sounded small in the corridor. "They said to go out the side door." Miguel nodded, as if that made sense. His eyes drifted again, for a second, toward the stairwell door and the blank stretch of wall beside it. "You do not want to stand there too long," he said. His tone was mild, almost conversational, but the words were not. This hallway remembers things. The sentence landed in Ethan's chest, like a stone dropped into water. He had heard adults say a lot of things in the past few weeks. You were safe. These things happen. At no time were students in confirmed danger. No one had said anything like this. He swallowed. His mouth felt dry. What does that mean? he asked, the question slipping out before he could stop it. Miguel's gaze held his for a moment longer. The older man's face was calm, but there was something in his eyes, a weighted caution, a sadness that did not quite have a name. It means, he said slowly, some places in this building, they keep the worst days. The sounds we do not want back, they stay stuck in the pipes, in the walls. He shrugged, the gesture small and tired. You stand in the wrong spot on the wrong night. Maybe you hear them. Maybe they hear you. Ethan's shoulders prickled, as if invisible fingers had brushed against his skin. The building hummed around them, lights buzzing, vents whispering, distant machines whirring. Somewhere far off, a door shut, its echo softened by distance. He thought of the 3 soft knocks he had just heard. Tap, tap, tap. He thought of fists hitting the door to 314, of a voice shouting it knew they were hiding, of a name breathed into wood. Do you hear them? He asked, almost whispering now. Miguel's mouth quirked, not quite a smile. I hear a lot of things, he said. I have been here a long time. Sometimes it is just old pipes. Sometimes it is just a tired man's brain. His eyes settled on Ethan again, steady. Either way, he added, no reason for you to keep them company. Go on. Get home before the building decides to tell you stories you do not need yet. Yet. The word hung there, a quiet promise or a quiet threat. Ethan could not tell which. He nodded, legs suddenly eager to move. Good night, he managed. Miguel lifted a hand in a small wave. Buenas noches. Ethan walked past the stairwell without slowing this time, eyes fixed on the glowing red exit sign above the side door. The air felt a little warmer with each step away from the corner. He pushed the bar and stepped out into the evening. The sky had gone full dark now, the parking lot lit by pools of orange from the tall lamps. Crickets buzzed from the scraggly strip of grass by the sidewalk. A car door slammed somewhere, ordinary and sharp, and he flinched only once before his body remembered what that sound was supposed to be. Behind him, the door to the science wing closed with a soft final gasp, sealing the school's noises inside. He stood there for a moment, backpack straps digging into his shoulders, breathing in the cool air that did not smell like disinfectant or old plaster. The hallway remembers things, Miguel had said. Ethan believed him. He also suspected that whatever the building remembered, it was not done with him yet. It took Ethan 3 days to work up the nerve. 3 days of half deciding he would talk to Miguel, then backing out when the final bell rang and the hallways filled with noise. 3 days of catching glimpses of the custodian's cart at the end of corridors, of hearing that familiar squeak and feeling the words bunch up in his throat. On the 4th afternoon, the sky outside went flat and gray, the kind of weather that made the fluorescent lights feel harsher. The building hummed with its usual end-of-day chaos. Lockers slamming, somebody shouting down the hall, a teacher calling after a student who pretended not to hear. Ethan stood at his locker, books he did not need in his hands, heart beating too fast for a normal Tuesday. He could walk out, go home, pretend the name and the knocks and the hallway that remembers things were just odd details in an already bad story. Or he could push. He closed the locker without taking anything else. The metal door clanging shut with a hollow ring. His feet chose for him, turning toward the back of the building instead of the exit. The custodial office was tucked near the loading dock, behind an unmarked beige door that most students never noticed. He had walked past it 1,000 times without thinking. Today, every step toward it felt like approaching the mouth of something. The closer he got, the thinner the student traffic became. Voices faded. The air cooled. When he rounded the corner, the door stood half open, light from inside spilling a rectangle onto the hallway. The smell hit him first. Bleach, floor cleaner, something lemony trying to cover the damp concrete scent underneath. He knocked on the door frame before he could chicken out. "Mr. Ortega?" There was a rustle inside, the squeak of a chair. Then Miguel appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. His uniform shirt was darker in patches where cleaning solution had splashed and dried. "You should not be back here, mijo," he said. But there was no bite to it, just habit. "I know," Ethan said. "I just wanted to ask you something." Miguel studied his face for a moment, eyes narrowing slightly. The expression was not suspicious, exactly. More like he was measuring how much weight the boy was already carrying. He stepped back, opening the door wider. "If a teacher comes looking for you, I will say you were lost," he said. "Come in." The janitor's room was small and crowded, a narrow rectangle carved out of the building's body. Shelves lined one wall, stacked with plastic jugs and spray bottles, boxes of gloves, rolls of trash bags. Mops leaned in a cluster in one corner, their gray heads hanging like tired hair. A floor buffer sat squat and heavy near the door, its cord coiled around its neck like a snake. A single fluorescent tube buzzed overhead, its light too bright for the cramped space. A drain in the middle of the concrete floor gave off a faint sour smell, half clean and half something older. Miguel gestured to an overturned bucket that had clearly been used as a seat before. "Sit, if you want." Ethan perched on the edge, backpack still on, fingers twisting the strap. "So," Miguel said, leaning back against the counter. "Ask." The words he had rehearsed on the walk down fled his mind, leaving only the raw ones behind. "That man," he said, "from the lockdown, and the night after, the hallway. You said this place remembers things." Miguel's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He looked down at his hands, turning the rag over once, smoothing it flat, then crumpling it again. "You should let that go," he said quietly. "You are young. There are better things to fill your head with." "I tried," Ethan said. His voice came out more desperate than he intended. "I cannot. I heard him say a name. I found an article about a bus crash, about a girl named Lena, and then I keep hearing..." He stopped before he said, "Knox." The word felt childish in his mouth. Miguel's eyes flickered up at him. "Ah," he murmured. "Not surprise, exactly. Recognition." "I know it is not my business," Ethan said. "I know I am just some kid who was in the wrong class at the wrong time. But I keep thinking, if I do not understand why he came here, I am always going to hear him at the door." The fluorescent light hummed. Somewhere in the wall behind them, a pipe ticked as water moved. For a long moment, Miguel did not answer. He folded the rag again, aligning the corners as if they mattered. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, the words pulled from somewhere wrapped in dust. "You are not the only one who hears him," he said, "or things like him." Ethan waited, breath held without meaning to. "I found him," Miguel said. "After the lockdown, that night." He did not look at Ethan as he spoke, eyes instead tracing the lines of the floor, the drain, the scuffed toes of his own boots. "I was making my rounds," he went on, "like always. Science wing, back stairwell, the little closets nobody remembers until something breaks. That last closet by the stairs. I open it maybe once a month, just to make sure the roof is not leaking on old junk. He rubbed a hand over his face, fingers pressing into his eyes for a second, as if the memory made them ache. I unlocked it. Door stuck, then it let go. Smell hit me first. Sweat, smoke, something wrong. Not just old dust. He described the darkness, the way his flashlight caught the shape of a body on the floor, the filthy jacket, the bare feet. The way, just for a moment, he thought he was looking at a dead man. I have seen dead people before, Miguel said quietly. You do this job long enough, you get called when a kid passes out in the bathroom, or an old teacher's heart decides it is time. You never get used to it, but you learn the look. He shook his head once. This man did not have that look, just close, like he was hovering near the edge. He told Ethan about the eyes snapping open when the light hit them. Wild and exhausted at once, darting around the small space, then fixing on Miguel, as if he were just another obstacle between him and the door. People think crazy looks loud, Miguel said, shouting, drooling, laughing at nothing. Sometimes it is like that. But this man, he searched for the word. He looked like somebody who had been awake longer than a person is supposed to be. Not just days, years. You could see the erosion. Ethan swallowed, throat dry. You knew who he was? He asked softly. Miguel hesitated. Not at first, he said. I recognized something, but I could not place it. It was later, when I found that old article in the office. Then I knew. He did not say the girl's name. He did not have to. A father? Ethan said. From the bus crash. Miguel inclined his head. A man who sent his child onto a district bus one morning and watched her never come home, he said. A man who yelled at school board meetings and stood in front of cameras and was told, in very polite words, that sometimes bad things happen. The janitor's room felt smaller, with that truth in it. The mop heads in the corners seemed to droop further, their strands shadowed. So he came here, Ethan whispered. To us. Miguel's mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. He came to the only body of the thing he could still reach, he said. The district is not just an office downtown. It is buses and teachers and kids and these bricks. He fell silent for a moment, listening to the fizz of the fluorescent tube, the faint ring of distant footsteps in the hall. I do not excuse what he did, he added. I will never excuse banging on the door of a room full of children. There are lines. He crossed them. When people break, sometimes they break in ways that hurt the wrong ones. Ethan felt that sentence settle over him, like a thin blanket that did not quite cover his feet. What about that night? He said, voice barely more than a breath. When he ran. Miguel sighed. The sound carried years in it. I shined my light. I said something. He did not say anything back that made sense. Just looked at me, then pushed past and ran. He mimed the motion with one hand, a quick, forceful dart forward. Bare feet on the tile, Miguel said, shoes in his hand, like he had done that before, like he knew how to run without making a lot of noise and just did not care anymore. He stared at the far wall, seeing a different hallway, a different night. For a second, when his coat swung open, he said, then stopped. Ethan's pulse thudded in his neck. You thought you saw a gun. Miguel's jaw worked. I saw a weight, he said carefully. Something heavy in his pocket. Could have been metal tools. Could have been a big phone. Could have been... He did not finish the list. You told them you were not sure, Ethan said. Miguel nodded once. Because I was not, he replied. And because if I had said that word, if it turned out I was wrong, then I would be one more voice making him bigger than he already was. He looked down at his hands, at the calluses and the cleaning chemical stains on his fingers. But I lay in bed that night, he went on softly, and thought about our door, your door, the cracks in the paint, the way the wood shook. And I wondered what would have happened if that lock had not held, if I had opened that closet 2 hours earlier, or if I had said more years ago when we all saw that article on the board and then stopped talking about it. The smell of bleach felt sharper all of a sudden, stinging the back of Ethan's nose. Do you feel guilty? He asked before he could stop himself. Miguel's laugh was small and humorless. I clean up after other people's guilt for a living, he said. Spilled lunch, broken glass, things left on floors that should never have been there. It is what this job is. But yes. He met Ethan's eyes, the tired knowing back in his gaze. I feel guilty that I live in a system where a man like that can fall through every crack until the only place he has left to talk to is a locked door, he said. I feel guilty that I knew enough to recognize his face and did not put it together faster. I feel guilty that when I had a chance to say, I think he had a gun, I chose to protect the reputation of this place instead of the truth in my gut. The confession hung in the small room, as real and heavy as the mop handles leaning nearby. Ethan did not know what to do with it. He was 17. He was supposed to worry about grades in college and whether his friends were mad at him, not about the moral cost of institutional negligence. But sitting there on an upturned bucket, knees almost touching the custodian's work boots, he felt something shift. Fear was still there. So was anger. Now they had a third companion, the quiet, uncomfortable understanding that monsters did not appear out of nowhere. They were often just people with too much grief and nowhere for it to go, pounding on walls that had been built to keep them out. Miguel straightened, rolling his shoulders as if he had tasted his own words and found them bitter. You cannot fix what happened, he said. Neither can I. The walls here, they know more than they should, but you do not have to carry all of it. Ethan nodded, though he knew he was already carrying more than he had been before he walked in. Thank you, he said. Miguel flicked off the rag one last time, then tossed it into a bin. Go home, mijo, he said, voice soft, before this place decides to tell you even older stories. As Ethan stepped out into the hallway, the building's familiar hum wrapped around him again. Lights buzzing, vents whispering. Somewhere beyond the cinder block, a faint, hollow knock that could have been pipes. Or just the sound of things people tried not to bring back up, still asking to be heard. After the conversation in the janitor's closet, Ethan did not walk through Westfield the same way. He still followed the same routes, locker to math, math to English, English to lunch. But the building no longer felt like background. It felt like something that had been flat his whole life had suddenly grown depth. The calc room became the first place to change shape in his mind. Room 314 had always just been where Mr. Klein joked about derivatives, and half the class tried not to fall asleep. Now, every time Ethan crossed its threshold, he could feel the ghost of that afternoon pressing at the edges. He would sit at his desk, the light bouncing off the whiteboard, the low murmur of students around him, and his eyes would drift toward the back corner where they had huddled. The carpet there looked exactly the same, gray, worn, faintly stained near the cabinets. The cabinets themselves were the same chipped beige, their handles dull from 1,000 hands. The clock above the door still ticked along, every second the same length as the last, but in his head, that corner was sealed. A memory capsule. Inside it, 30 versions of themselves were still crouched shoulder to shoulder, breathing too fast, counting heartbeats. The air was still full of dust and fear. The door was still shuddering in its frame. Sometimes, when the room got too quiet, when Mr. Klein bent over his computer and the class fell into a rare focus, Ethan could almost hear the echo of a fist on wood layered under the soft scratch of pencils. The vents above would sigh, pushing out conditioned air, and the sound would shape itself into a whisper. Remember. He started noticing how each space in the school seemed to hold on to a particular version of itself. The front office, for example. Before, it had been just a place of late slips and scolding, and the occasional announcement over the tinny speaker. Now, when he walked by, he saw a mouth. The glass wall, patched with new panes where the crack had been, looked like teeth. The counter where Ms. Reynolds used to sit became a tongue, papers and pens scattered on its surface like crumbs. He imagined the building swallowing her scream there, right behind that desk, absorbing it into wood and glass and the thin carpet at her feet. The phone ringing on the counter sounded less like a standard office noise now, and more like something trying to get out. A muted plea that was redirected into carefully worded messages and automated calls. Behind the desk, the bulletin board was cluttered with the usual things. Flyers for club fundraisers, reminders about picture day retakes, a schedule for late buses. He had passed it 100 times without really seeing it. One morning, on his way to class, he slowed. Pinned near the edge of the board, half covered by layered papers, was a faded photograph. It was one of those candid shots someone might have taken during a field trip. A line of kids in matching t-shirts, standing on a gravel shoulder, smiling at something off camera. Behind them, slightly out of focus, was a yellow bus, its side streaked with mud. The image had clearly been up for years. The corners were curled, the colors a little washed out. A sticky note clung stubbornly to one edge, its adhesive failing, one corner dangling. On the note, someone had scribbled a name and then scribbled it out again. Lena. He could still read it through the black ink strike, the loops and slant of the handwriting visible under the angry line. The air in the office lobby felt suddenly heavier, as if all the oxygen had thickened. He stared at the photo, at the bus half hidden behind kids who might already have graduated by now, at the crossed out name. It was a small thing, a piece of paper almost ready to fall, but it felt like a scene, a place where the building's memory had started to leak through the patchwork of normalcy. The line between haunting and remembering wavered. Was the school haunted by a girl who never came home? Or was it simply full of people who had quietly agreed not to say her name where students could hear it? He could not tell. What he could tell was that the building seemed to carry the weight whether anyone acknowledged it or not. He started mapping the school in his head that way. The calc room as a sealed capsule, the office as a swallowed scream, the back closet by the stairwell as a burrow where grief had tried to sleep for a while before bolting back into the night. When he walked past that stairwell now, he could not help but imagine the shape of a man curled on the cold concrete inside the narrow space beyond. jacket pulled tight, shoes lined up neatly by the wall. He thought about the way Miguel had described him. Eyes like someone who had been awake longer than human beings were meant to be. The stairwell door looked perfectly ordinary during the day. Beige metal, narrow push bar, a laminated fire escape map taped at eye level. Kids opened it and let it slam without thinking. The sound sharp and hollow, bouncing down the concrete steps. To Ethan, the slam sounded like a heartbeat, like the building's chest being hit from the inside. He began hearing personality in every sound. The sigh of the vents in the science wing became the school's long exhale after holding its breath too long. The click of a door latch catching felt like punctuation at the end of a sentence the building was not done writing. The humming lights over the main hallway, some steady, some flickering, merged into a chorus of old whispers, conversations that had happened and been forgotten, arguments in meetings that had ended in phrases like "no budget" and "next year." In the cafeteria, the scrape of chairs on tile sounded like the dragging of an invisible weight. Chairs standing in for all the things no one had picked up when they should have. None of this was supernatural in the way movies liked. There were no transparent figures on security footage, no cold spots that smelled like perfume, no doors slamming without a hand on them. But the weight of what had happened here, and what had happened on roads and buses and boardrooms connected to here, seemed to have soaked into the structure. Walls do not forget impact easily. He thought about fists hitting the door to 314, how the cinder block had shuddered behind the cabinets, how little flakes of plaster had sifted down like gray snow. He thought about bodies pressed into corners, 30 kids trying to make themselves smaller than fear. The wood and concrete and metal had felt that, he was sure of it. They had shivered along with them, then gone still again when the danger moved on. Now, when a teacher closed a door too hard, the sound rang differently. It layered over the memory of that day's pounding, even if no one else in the room flinched. Walking down the main corridor one afternoon, he passed a classroom where a sub was having trouble with the door. The handle stuck, then gave with a sudden jerk. The latch clicked into place with a loud, decisive sound. A few kids in the hall laughed at the sub's muttered curse. Ethan heard only the echo that followed in his own head, the way a latch had held when it mattered. "You are all right," he thought toward the door, feeling stupid and oddly sincere at the same time. You did not break. Sometimes he found himself silently thanking inanimate things without meaning to. The hinges, the deadbolt, the scratchy carpet in the corner of 314 that had held their weight without tearing. It was ridiculous, maybe, but once you started seeing the building as more than a collection of rooms, it was hard to go back. One day, as he passed the front office again, he caught a snatch of conversation from inside. Two secretaries were talking in low voices, thinking the half-closed door made them private. "I still say we should take that photo down," one murmured. "And have people ask why the space is empty?" the other replied. "This way, it just blends in. Kids do not notice." "Some do," the first one said. He walked on before his eavesdropping turned into a confrontation. Some do. He did. He wondered how many other small, overlooked pieces of the past were pinned up in corners, stuffed behind filing cabinets, or stuck in the memory of older staff members. Maybe haunting was just what happened when memories no one wanted to deal with had nowhere to go. They stayed. They settled in the pipes and the vents, and the way certain hallways felt colder than others. They surfaced as knocks that might be pipes and might be something else. Ethan did not see shadows move where they should not. He did not hear voices call his name when he was alone. What he heard, increasingly, was the building breathing, in the shuffle of feet between classes, in the echoed laughter in stairwells where someone had once been escorted out for yelling, in the low murmur of staff in break rooms when they thought the door was really closed this time. Rooms, he decided, held their shape. They remembered the way bodies had arranged themselves inside them, the huddled cluster in 314, the rigid standoff at the front desk, the curled figure in the end of hall closet. And even when everyone who had been in those shapes left for the day, or left for good, the outline lingered. He ran his fingers along the wall once, near the back stairwell, feeling the slight texture of paint over concrete. To anyone watching, it would have looked like he was just zoning out between classes. In his head, he was tracing a bruise. The building did not answer. It did not owe him that, but as the vents sighed and the lights hummed and the low, almost inaudible thud of footsteps overhead filtered down, he had the unsettling sense that while he was mapping Westfield in his mind, Westfield was quietly doing the same with him. The fight did not sound like a fight at first. From the hallway, it was just another murmur behind another closed door. Westfield was full of those. Teachers talking about lesson plans, counselors discussing schedules, the low rumble of adults in rooms students were not invited into. Ethan was on an errand that should have been simple, dropping off a signed form in the main office. The last bell had rung half an hour earlier. Most of the student body had already spilled out into the parking lot and buses. The building was in its softer, after-hours mode. He walked past the row of framed photos of past principals, the front office counter, the chairs where kids waited when they were in trouble. The fluorescent lights hummed, a little unevenly. The conference room sat halfway down the administrative corridor, a narrow strip of beige carpet and closed wood doors. Its glass panel had been frosted years ago, blurring whatever happened inside into vague shapes. As he passed, a voice slipped through the thin wall. We handled it by the book. Dean Hargrove. The tone was familiar, the same smooth cadence he used during assemblies when he said things like, "We are a family at Westfield," and "Your safety is our top priority." Here, though, the smoothness was strained. Ethan slowed. His footsteps softened on the carpet. Another voice answered, lower and sharper. Someone from the district. He did not know the man's name, but he had seen him before at assemblies. A suit that did not quite fit the hallway. A tie that looked more expensive than the chairs in the library. The problem, the district voice said, is not the book. It is what people think when they read between the lines. I sent the emails you told me to send, Hargrove replied. We used the wording from legal. Distressed individual. No confirmed weapon. What else do you want from me? Ethan stood a little to the side of the door, pretending to study a bulletin board full of college flyers. His heart thumped a notch faster. Inside, a chair creaked. Someone shifted their weight. I want, the other man said, for us not to end up on the evening news with a headline about how we let a known agitator into our hallways twice. The word agitator clanged against Ethan's memory of fists on his classroom door. I did not let him in, Hargrove snapped, the polite veneer cracking just enough for heat to leak through. He forced his way past the front desk. He assaulted an employee. And you had history with him, the district man countered. Do not pretend you did not know who he was when you saw that face. Silence pressed against the walls for a moment. Ethan could hear the building's other noises more clearly. The distant hum of the copy machine, the soft bang of a locker being slammed somewhere far away, the sigh of air moving through vents. Hargrove's voice, when it came back, was quieter. I knew he had been through a tragedy, he said. Everyone knew. It was all over the news. But we also knew the Harrow family already tried to sue. The district settled. The court closed it. I was told it was over. Harrow. The name slid into the conversation like a ghost taking its seat. You were told it was over, the district man repeated. By us. And you believed us. That is the part we were trying to keep tidy. Papers rustled. A pen tapped, sharp and irritated, against the tabletop. We handled the bus incident by the book, the man went on. We handled his complaint by the book. We handled the lockdown by the book. What we cannot do is go back now and hand reporters a quote where you say, yes, we recognize the man screaming outside students' doors as the same father we once argued with about liability. The kids were terrified, Hargrove said. The words slipped out in a rush, like something he had been holding back. Some of them still are, but all anyone up the chain seems worried about is liability and panic. Panic, the district man said, leads to lawsuits. Lawsuits lead to cuts. Cuts lead to people like you losing their jobs. The fan in the ceiling vent whirred quietly, like a small machine thinking about its own obligations. We follow protocol, the man continued. We say the right phrases. We do not connect dots in public that make us look like we knew this was coming and did nothing. You understand? Hargrove did not answer right away. Ethan imagined him at the table in there, tie loosened, the lines at the corners of his eyes deeper than they looked during morning announcements. Finally, the dean said, tiredly, yes, I understand. Good, the district man said. A chair scraped. Then we will keep the language as is. No mention of the bus. No mention of prior confrontations. He is a disturbed outsider, not a symptom. Disturbed outsider. The phrase felt like someone had taken a whole human life and pushed it through a narrow funnel. Ethan backed away from the door before he could hear more, the carpet muting his retreat. His pulse thudded in his ears, syncing with the soft whine of the copy machine as it spat out another sheet of paper encoded with more official language. He dropped the signed form in the office tray with hands that felt slightly numb, mumbled something to the secretary, and stepped back into the main hallway. Students still moved through it in thinning streams, lockers slamming, voices rising and falling. The building's daytime noise washed over him, suddenly too loud. He had always known, in some abstract teenage way, that adults cared about paperwork and reputation. But hearing it laid out so plainly that the story of what had happened to them was being trimmed, polished, and rephrased to avoid liability made something in his chest tighten. The horror shifted again. When the man had been pounding on their door, the fear had been simple. A body, a voice, the possibility of a gun behind the wood. Now the fear had grown sly, quieter. It lived in phrases like, handled by the book. In the way distressed individual sanded the edges off a father who had once stood on courthouse steps, shouting that the district had ignored warnings about a dangerous road. It lived in the realization that the systems he had been told to trust, school boards, administrators, the district, could create a man like that. And then, years later, pretend not to recognize him when he came back. The next day, in the library, the feeling followed him. He had gone there under the excuse of working on a history project, but his attention kept drifting. The librarian was shelving old yearbooks in a side room, the door propped open. Dust motes hung in the air, swirling in the sunlight like slow snow. Something tugged at him. "Can I look at those?" he heard himself ask. She glanced over, eyebrows raised. "You interested in ancient history now?" "Just curious," he said. She shrugged and left the stack on a side table. "Do not take them out of the room," she said. "And if you sneeze on any of them, I am blaming allergies, not ghosts." The yearbooks were heavier than he expected, their covers thick, colors faded. They smelled like paper left in a warm room too long. Vanilla and dust and something faintly acidic. He pulled one toward him, checking the year stamped on the spine. 5 years ago, the year of the crash. The students inside grinned up from the pages, frozen in their haircuts and trends, arms slung over each other's shoulders in crowded group photos. Clubs, sports, most likely to spreads. He flipped through without really seeing, skimming faces for a girl whose photo he already knew from the article online. He did not find her, not right away. The book was thick, and the bus crash might have happened too late in the year to be included. Or maybe the staff had chosen not to memorialize it where it would dampen the celebratory tone. At the back, there was a section he usually skipped in his own yearbooks, pages dedicated to our community. Photos of staff not tied to a particular classroom. Custodians, bus drivers, cafeteria workers. A spread titled Our Board, with stiff, formal headshots of adults in suits, smiling the tight smiles of people who hate being photographed. He would have flipped past it. He almost did. Then his eyes snagged on a familiar last name printed in neat black type beneath one of the faces. Ward. His hand still. He looked closer. The man in the photo was younger, less gray at the temples, fewer creases around the mouth, but the shape of his face was unmistakable. The same jaw Ethan saw in the mirror when he clenched his teeth. The same line of the nose. The same tired kindness in the eyes, only lighter. Beneath the picture, the caption read, "Ethan Ward, School Board Member, Transportation Committee." The breath went out of him in a short, stunned exhale. For a second, the room tilted a little. The edges of the yearbook page blurred, then snapped back into focus. He stared at his father's name, at the neat serif letters spelling out a role he had never really thought about. He knew his dad had served on the board for a while. In the vague way kids know their parents, sometimes go to long meetings and come back tired. Transportation Committee. He looked at the date at the bottom of the page, the same year as the bus crash article. He flipped the page. On the next spread, there was a photo of the board sitting around a long table, papers spread out, a projector screen glowing with a map of the district. A caption mentioned approval of revised routes and optimizing efficiency. Ethan's father sat near the center, pen in hand, leaning forward as if about to make a point. The words from the article floated back up. Warnings about a dangerous road. Questions about brake maintenance. District decisions about routes. His father's signature would be somewhere in those minutes, attached to lines like Route 17, approved unanimously. A small looping name at the bottom of pages that had made buses move in certain directions at certain times. He closed the yearbook gently, fingers pressed to the cover as if it might jump. The building around him hummed on, the computers in the lab, the printer chattering, the quiet murmur of someone explaining a citation format at the main desk. He heard, beneath it all, the echo of that voice outside his classroom door, shouting that they were hiding. He heard the district official saying, "The Harrow family already tried to sue." He heard his father's voice in his memory, standing in their kitchen, saying, "These things happen, but you are safe." Ethan's horror had started with a single man pounding on a door. It had grown to include the systems that had made that pounding possible. Now it folded in on itself, landing squarely in his own house. The ghosts in this story did not live only in closets and hallways. Some of them sat at dinner tables, passed the salt, and signed their names on dotted lines years before their sons crouched in dark corners, listening to a father they had helped create slam his fists against the wood. Years later, the school is a dot on a map, and Ethan is a man with bills and dishes, and a neighbor who plays music too loud on weeknights. He has lived in other buildings since then, walked other hallways, stood under different fluorescent lights. He has worked jobs where no one cares about bus routes or lockdown drills. He tells himself he has moved on. And yet, when he sits down to record this story, the first sound that comes back is not his own voice. It is the crackle of the loudspeaker. He sits at a small desk in a quiet apartment, a microphone in front of him, a cheap foam shield around it to dampen echoes. The glow from his monitor paints his face in soft blue. Outside, traffic hums. In the hallway, someone's door closes with a dull clunk. He presses record, and his voice, older and lower now, spills into the room. "You would not think," he says calmly, "that a logo for a sportswear company could be the last normal thing you remember." He describes the Adidas question, the Sporkle quiz, the stupid, harmless moment when a green correct flashed on the whiteboard and 30 bored teenagers briefly united over guessing the right brand. He tells it lightly, the way you tell an anecdote at a party, but beneath the words, there is a carefulness, like someone stepping around broken glass. He talks about the loudspeaker next, the static that came without the usual cheerful chime. Dean Hargrove's voice, higher than normal, snapping every nerve in the room awake. The phrase, "This is not a drill," repeated, as if repetition might make it less unbelievable. If you are listening to him, maybe in your own room, his voice sounds steady. You might notice the way he pauses just a fraction longer after certain sentences, as if measuring how much he can put into the air without dragging it too far back into himself. He tells you about the door, about how they turned off the lights and squeezed into that back corner, knees knocking against metal cabinets, the dusty smell of the carpet rising up like something older than they were, about the strip of hallway light under the door, sliced in two when a shadow stepped in front of it. He does not raise his voice when he quotes the man. He does not try to imitate him. He says the words plainly. "I know you are hiding. I will kill every last one of you." You do not need him to shout them. Your mind does the rest. He mentions the rumor of the gun the way you mention an old scar. "Somebody said they saw it. Somebody always does," he says quietly. "All I ever saw was a shape that felt too heavy for that pocket." He explains the janitor, Miguel, the closet at the end of the hall, the man asleep on the concrete, the bare feet, the shoes lined up neatly by the wall, the way he bolted as soon as he woke. He ran past the one person who tried to talk to him, Ethan says. He did not swing at him. He did not grab him. He just ran, and then he was gone again. There is no music under his words, no sound design. just the faint hiss of the room tone. If your own building is quiet enough, his story starts to blend with your environment. The hum of your fridge, the ticking of your clock, the soft shift of something settling in the wall. He does not stop at the event itself. The Harrow family lawsuit failed, he says simply. That is one of the first things I learned when I started really looking. They settled out of court. The district never admitted fault. The statement said there had been unfortunate conditions and driver error. He tells you that buses were quietly rerouted afterward, that the road parents had complained about for years stopped seeing yellow vehicles in the early morning, that the district sent a letter home talking about routine improvements to student transportation. Nobody ever said, he murmurs, we were wrong. We chose the cheap way. We made it easier for a 12-year-old girl to die. He lets that sit there. If you are lying in bed while you listen, the sentence has weight. It hangs in the dark above you, where the ceiling meets the shadows. He admits something. Then, in that flat, unadorned tone people use when they have rehearsed a confession too many times alone and are finally letting someone else hear it. For a long time, he says, I hated him. The man at the door, the screaming man, the one pounding on our classroom and promising to kill us. I hated his voice. I hated his footsteps. I hated the shape of his shadow under that door. You can hear the small click of his tongue as he swallows. The microphone is close enough to catch that. I thought, he goes on, that if he had died in that closet, if he had never reached our hallway, the story would be cleaner. Bad man. Safe kids. End. He exhales. It is not quite a sigh, more like a breath that has been holding something and is finally letting it go. Later, he says, I started to hate the systems he screamed at. The board meetings, the memos, the phrases like handled by the book and no confirmed weapon. The people who sat around tables and talked about budgets and acceptable risk and never really pictured what it would look like when the risk came home and learned their children's names. His voice does not harden on the word people. That is somehow worse. It stays gentle, observational. And then, he says more quietly, I found my father's name in an old yearbook, right there on the page, under a photo of the school board, under a caption that said, Transportation Committee. I saw his signature on minutes approving the routes, the same routes that pass down that road. There is a soft shift then, like a chair creaking as he leans back. For a while, he tells you, I wanted to hate him too. I wanted to put him in the same column as the district official, telling our dean to keep things quiet, to make him into one more villain in a story where I was the scared kid behind the door. He lets a long pause stretch out. The recording software represents it as an empty bar, but in your headphones, it is full of the noises of your own room. But the thing about getting older, he says eventually, is that you start to see how few clean lines there really are. My father signed things because someone told him it was safe enough. The district man spoke in careful phrases because someone above him said that was his job. The dean did what the handbook said. The bus driver followed the route. The janitor opened the closet because that was what his keyring told him to do. His voice is calm. There is no absolution in it, but no satisfying denunciation either. Just the uncomfortable middle. And then there was a man who trusted all of them. He says, he put his daughter on a bus one rainy morning. He believed the road had to be safe because it was on a school route. When she died, all he got were statements, thoughts and prayers, condolences, assurances that these things happen. The phrase is one you may have heard in other contexts. It lands differently here. How long? Ethan asks quietly. Can you listen to people say, these things happen, before something in you decides to make them hear what it sounds like when it happens to you? He does not excuse what followed. You can hear that in the way he chooses his words. He frightened us, he says. He hurt Ms. Reynolds. He made deals with his own rage that the rest of us never consented to. None of that becomes all right just because I understand where it came from. But if I only call him a monster, I let everyone else off the hook. His tone softens further as he turns slowly toward you. Maybe you have your own doors like that, he says. Moments where someone on the other side scared you so badly that your body remembers even when your mind tries to file it away. Maybe it was a person. Maybe it was a call. Maybe it was news you still hear whenever a certain sound comes back. He does not ask you to forgive anyone. He does not tell you to forget. I am not here to tell you what to feel, he says. I am just telling you how mine changed. He tells you how, over time, the screaming man and the quiet adults merged in his memory, not into one figure, but into a single terrible equation. Rage plus neglect, grief plus procedure, cracks in systems plus cracks in one human brain. What haunts me now, he says softly, is not just his voice. It is the knowledge that by the time he was pounding on our door, the real horror had already happened years ago on a wet road. That the hands on the wheel that morning, the pens on the forms, the votes at the meetings, all of that built the hallway I was sitting in. He clears his throat, almost apologetically. And still, he admits, some nights I wake up because a pipe knocks in my building and my heart slams against my ribs like that door did. I am 30 now. I pay taxes. I read the fine print. I know how these machines work. It does not matter. My body is 17 every time I hear 3 taps in the wall. He lets you hear that because part of the point of telling the story this way is to show you that some echoes do not vanish. They just get quieter until you think they are gone. And then one night, they answer an ordinary sound. The Harrow lawsuit failed, he says again, as if bookmarking it. The district rerouted buses. No one officially admitted fault. The man in the hallway was never found. The email said there was no ongoing threat. The building still makes noises. His voice dips a little, taking on the cadence of someone tucking a story into bed. What I am left with, years later, he says, is not a moral, it is a picture of a hallway, of a door that held, of a man on the other side who had already lost everything, of adults arguing in rooms about which words will make them look least guilty, of a kid slowly realizing that sometimes the scariest thing is not the monster at the door, but the quiet systems that pretend they have never seen him before. He smiles then, though you cannot see it. You can hear it in the slight lift at the end of his sentence. And still, he adds, I am here. You are here. Somewhere tonight, a lock will turn the right way when someone needs it to. Somewhere, a bus driver will take the longer, safer route without asking. Somewhere, a custodian will open a closet and decide to say the whole truth. He reaches forward and stops the recording. In your headphones, the silence that follows is not empty. It is full of your own room, your vents, your fridge, the step of someone upstairs. For a moment, you may listen a little more closely than usual, wondering what your walls remember and what stories your own closed doors have kept between you and the things that could have been worse. Tonight, the story leaves Ethan's small town and comes to wherever you are, somewhere between 25 and 50, maybe in a city apartment with thin walls and neighbors you know more by sound than by name. Maybe in a house at the end of a quiet street where porch lights go off one by one like eyes closing. Maybe in a rented room for now, with furniture that is not really yours and a bed that has learned your weight anyway. Wherever you are, it is late enough that the day has finally loosened its grip. You are lying down, on your back maybe, or curled on one side, one hand tucked under the pillow. There is a soft glow somewhere nearby, a lamp turned low, the dim square of your phone screen on the nightstand, the faint spill of street light through the slats of your blinds. Most of the light is gone, though. This is the kind of dark that does not come all at once, but slowly, like someone turning a dimmer down on the world. You have headphones on, or little earbuds in your ears. Ethan's older voice has been in your head for a while now, pulling you through hallways you have never walked, letting you stand just behind his teenage eyes as doors shook and adults chose their words. Now, the story's camera tilts gently away from him and comes to rest on you. Your room has its own soundscape. Listen for a moment. There is the heater, or maybe the air conditioner, a familiar machine somewhere in the building that decides when air should move. You hear it click, a relay snapping shut, followed by a low rush as air starts to push through vents. It is a small wind that belongs only to this place. Above or below you, someone closes a door. Not a slam, just the firm, hollow thud of wood meeting frame. Maybe it is a neighbor going to bed. Maybe it is someone coming home late, shedding the day like a coat. The sound travels through the bones of the building, softened and reshaped, until it arrives in your room as a gentle bump in the quiet. Outside, a car passes on the street. Tires whisper over asphalt. For a second, its headlights sweep pale light across your ceiling or the top edge of your curtains, stretching shadows sideways before moving on. Then it is gone, leaving only a faint memory of motion in the corner of your eye. These noises are not new. Your building makes them every night. Most evenings, your mind lets them wash by without comment, folding them into the wallpaper of your life. But tonight, the story has tuned your attention differently. You are listening. You hear the faint hum of electricity in the wall near your head, the delicate rattle of something loose inside a vent cover when the air surges, maybe even the tiny, wet click of your own throat when you swallow. Your body is tired, heavier than your thoughts. That pleasant, dangerous edge of sleep is not far away. It is in that thin place where the day is almost over, but not quite, that you hear it. Somewhere behind the drywall, or under the floor, or inside one of the pipes that thread unseen through your walls, something knocks. Just once, at first. Tap. You go still. The sound is small, but your mind reaches for it like a hand in the dark. Maybe you tell yourself you did not really hear anything. Maybe the word plumbing floats up, trying to calm the part of you that tightened. Then it comes again. Tap. Same spot. Same hollow, muted weight. Now, your body knows it is real. Your heart gives one extra heartbeat, as if your ribcage were a door being tested. Your breath catches just a little. The room does not look different. but it feels closer. One more time. Tap. 3 knocks. They're not loud. They are not urgent. They sound almost polite, like someone testing whether a sound can still cross a distance between 2 rooms. If you had heard them yesterday, before this story, you might have barely noticed. Tonight, they arrive, trailing a hallway behind them. Tap, tap, tap. Your brain, helpful and cruel, overlays images you did not personally live. A classroom door shuddering in its frame, dust drifting, kids holding their breath. A storage closet at the end of a forgotten hall. A man's bare feet on cold tile. Maybe you lie there, staring at the ceiling, or the faint outline of your closet, suddenly more awake than you were a minute ago. Maybe you think, very quietly, I really hope that is just the pipes. The voice that has been telling you this story hears that thought, even if you do not speak it aloud. Maybe, it says gently, you will hear those 3 knocks again tonight. Maybe you already have. There is a pause, long enough for another sound to slide into it. The soft buzz of your phone checking for messages. The distant whoop of a siren several blocks away. The settling creak of wood in the ceiling. If you do, the voice continues, they're probably just pipes. Just your building breathing, old metal and water and heat having the same conversation they have every night. The word probably hangs in the air like a small, cautious lantern. On one hand, it is a reassurance. Buildings make noises, pipes knock, radiators clank, beams expand and contract with temperature. None of that requires the presence of anything beyond physics and time. On the other hand, the story has spent hours teaching you that sometimes physics and time are enough to carry something else along with them. Maybe buildings really do remember, the voice says quietly. Not in the way we tell ghost stories, not with footsteps when there is nobody there, but in slower ways. You can picture it if you want. A school made of brick and cinder block and steel, standing through dozens of years of mornings and afternoons. Each day, hundreds of feet walking its hallways, laughter bouncing off its walls, whispers pressed into corners. One rainy day, a phone rings in its office, and someone says there has been an accident. Later, a man stands in front of its doors and shouts, because he does not know where else to put his grief. Still later, that same man's fists slam into a classroom door, hard enough to crack paint, his voice breaking on his daughter's name. Those events are over. The bus has been towed away. The court case has been closed. The man has disappeared into the large and different dark of the world. The students have all grown and left. But the building is still there. Rain still falls on its roof. Kids still walk its halls. The repaired glass in its office still catches sun. The small cracks in its paint still mark where wood shook under impact. If concrete and steel could remember, what would it be like? Maybe it would not be sharp images or complete sentences. Maybe it would be vibrations. The way the doorframe felt when those fists hit. The press of 30 bodies holding their breath in the back of a room. The pattern of bare footsteps on tile running away. Those impressions might not vanish when the people do. They might sink down into the material, the way a heavy piece of furniture leaves an indentation in carpet even after you move it. Maybe the school still remembers his fists, the voice says, softer now, and her name. Lena. The chalk dust from her years there, if she ever walked those halls. The echo of her laughter on a field somewhere. The way her absence bent the air around meetings and memos afterward, even if her photo never made it into a memorial page. Maybe the point, the voice continues, is not that he is haunting it, walking up and down the hall at night, rattling doors. Maybe the point is that his grief left an imprint, like chalk dust that never fully erases, no matter how many times somebody wipes the board. You know that feeling from your own life. There are rooms you cannot walk into without remembering what someone said there, even if the furniture has changed. Intersections where your body tenses up because you once saw a car run a red light. Songs that make your throat tighten for reasons you could explain, but usually do not. Those are your walls, your pipes, your vents carrying memory. The building you are in tonight has its own version. Every time a door slams, it carries a faint echo of every anger and arrival that door has seen. Every time the pipes knock, they are repeating patterns set years ago when someone installed them and someone else decided where they would run. Most of the time, the voice says, a knock is just a knock. A pipe is just a pipe. A creak is just lumber adjusting to another degree of temperature. You are allowed to let them be that. Another small silence, big enough to breathe in, and sometimes it adds, very quietly. They can mean something to you without meaning that anything is coming for you. You can decide that the 3 small knocks you heard are nothing more than your building rearranging its weight in the night. You can also let them be a reminder that other people in other hallways have been scared and then survived. That somewhere a student is listening as a vent sighs and thinking about a door that held. That somewhere else a man is trying very hard not to hit anything with his fists ever again. Maybe your room remembers things too. The nights you sat on the edge of the bed with your head in your hands. The mornings you woke up and, for a few seconds, felt lighter than you expected. The times you closed your own door gently instead of slamming it. Memory is not always a curse. Sometimes it is how walls keep track of the fact that you are still here. So if, later tonight, half asleep, you hear 3 soft taps on the wall, under the floor, in the pipes, let them be what they are first. Sounds in an old breathing structure. You do not have to answer. You do not have to get up. You can lie there, listening, knowing that somewhere far away, in a building that once held a boy named Ethan and a man whose grief had nowhere else to go, the walls are still holding their shape too, somewhere. Years from the day, a door shook in its frame. Ethan sits in a different room and thinks about you. He does not know your name. He does not know your street, or what kind of bed you sleep in, or whether you leave a light on in the hall. But he knows this much. You carry stories in your body the way he does. You have your own doors, your own bad nights, your own sounds you pretend not to notice. So, for this last part, he talks less about himself and more to you. You are not in that classroom tonight. You are not pressed against cold cabinets, knees digging into dusty carpet, counting breaths while someone pounds on a thin sheet of wood and screams that they know you are hiding. You are not watching the strip of light under your door vanish under the cut of a stranger's shadow. You are somewhere else. You are in a room that has learned you over time. A room that knows the dip your body makes in the mattress, the way the blanket tugs a little more on one side where you always pull it. The pillow remembers the shape of your head, the groove your shoulder wears into it when you turn. Maybe your walls hold posters or shelves or blank paint. Maybe there is a plant on the windowsill, or a mug with pens in it, or a stack of books you keep meaning to read when you are less tired. Right now, the lights are low or off. There is enough darkness to soften the edges of everything, to turn sharp corners into rounded shadows. The story has brought you down long corridors and into closets and conference rooms. It has shown you a man at the extreme edge of his pain, and adults who chose careful phrases instead of hard truths. It has let you sit for a while in a building that remembers more than anyone wants to admit. Now, it lets you come back to yourself. Listen. In your room, the horror setting is far away, the school at night, the long empty hallways, the red glow of exit signs, the forgotten closet at the end of the stairwell, that all lives in another town, another time. It is real, but it is not where you are. Here, the sounds are smaller. Somewhere nearby, a fridge hums. The motor kicks on with a soft, steady growl, then settles into a background vibration that you can feel more than hear if you pay attention. It is the sound of something trying, quietly and without thanks, to keep things from spoiling. Outside your window, a car passes. Tires whisper over the road. For a few seconds, its headlights paint moving shapes on your ceiling or the upper edge of your curtains. Then they slide away, taking their glow with them. The night folds back into itself. In the wall, or under the floor, or along a line of pipe that you have never seen but that has always been there, a little movement happens. Metal expands or cools. Water adjusts. A valve answers some distant command. There is a soft knock. Not much. Just a hollow tap, like someone gently testing the inside of the building. If it happens once, your mind might slide past it. Twice, and something in you pays attention. 3 times, spaced just enough apart for your imagination to step into the gaps. Tap, tap, tap. Then you may feel that familiar tightening, that small jump in your chest. You are allowed that. You have just spent time in a story where 3 knocks meant danger, and where a door was the thin line between you and a man whose grief had turned into something with teeth. Your body has taken notes, even if you were only visiting. Ethan understands that, because his body did the same. Years later, in apartments and borrowed rooms and guest beds, a little sound in the wall can still pull him back to 17 in an instant. He has thought about the man who made that noise in his life more than he ever thought he would. In his mind, the Harrow man does not stay frozen outside the door or on the closet floor. Time moves him forward. He imagines him somewhere out there, older now if he is still alive. Maybe his hair has gone thinner, his back more bent. Maybe the sharpness of his rage has dulled into something quieter, the way a bright bruise fades into a lingering tenderness when you press it. Maybe he sits in a small room of his own, listening to his own building breathe. Maybe he flinches at certain sounds too. Maybe some nights he hears pipes knock and thinks, foolishly and fiercely, of a bus on a wet road and a 12-year-old girl who never got home. He is not under your bed. He is not in your hallway. He is not behind your door. He is not a monster waiting specifically for you. He is a shattered person the world did not know what to do with, swallowed by systems that took his daughter, took his case, and then, in their own way, took the last safe places inside his head. The school may remember him. It may remember the pattern of his footsteps, the way the wood in 314 shook under his fists, the way his breath fogged the glass for an instant when he leaned too close. It may remember the sound of his voice breaking around his daughter's name, and the way that sound stopped, all at once, when he ran. But you are not in that building. You are in yours. The sin wave of the story has carried you up to panic and back down again. It has shown you how fear feels when it spikes, and how it feels when it drains slowly out of muscles and into memory. Now, it settles you, gently, into the quiet part of the curve. Listen again, just to check. The fridge hums. The car passes or does not. The building creaks as it settles its weight. Maybe faintly, the pipes knock once more. Tap, then fall still. The last sounds here are not threats. They are maintenance, adjustments. Your home, such as it is, shifting itself into a shape that can keep standing through another night. The real haunting, Ethan has learned, is not a ghost walking the halls, rattling locks. It is the way a story like this lives in the people who survived it. The way a 16-year-old's terror becomes a 30-year-old's flinch when an ordinary sound matches an old pattern. The way a man's grief can be passed along like a vibration, from bus to courtroom to hallway to news article to someone lying in bed years later listening to a podcast. You have picked up a little of that vibration tonight. That is how stories work. But you are allowed to choose what it does inside you. You can let the image of the man in the hallway stay in the place where you keep other difficult truths. The knowledge that systems fail, that adults sometimes care more about headlines than honesty, that grief can warp a human being into something terrifying without erasing the human underneath. You can also let the image of the room stay with you. That classroom that held, even when it shook. The janitor's closet, where someone finally told the truth, even if it was only to a kid. The office with a photo no one wanted to look at, but that would not quite fall off the board. And, most important right now, your room. The one where your weight has bent the mattress just enough, where your breath has warmed the air above your pillow again and again, where your own worst nights have happened, yes, but also your quiet mornings, your safe afternoons, your ordinary scrolls through nothing in particular. If, later tonight, something knocks in your walls, you do not have to answer. You do not have to move. You can let the sound be what it is. Your home, remembering that you are here, that you have brought your tired body back to this same spot again, that you have trusted this door to keep the outside where it belongs. The man in the hallway is far away now, folded into time and distance and a set of choices that were never yours. The door between you and the dark has held all this time. It can hold a little longer while you close your eyes and let the building breathe around you, not as an enemy, but as a witness to the simple fact that tonight you are inside and you are safe enough to sleep.